Hello. What's up, everybody? What's up, Mark, Rasta, Ankthar, 10 bucks, Cassie, Shazar, Garrus, Seraphin, Strange Pie, Nasrallah, Yelly, Tixar, Noger, Bullvine, Stoner, Fearodon, JR, Pinar, Hubs. How's everybody doing today? Hope you guys are good on this Monday. Last day of June already. Half the year's gone, officially. Well, will be in a few hours. But, man, it's hot as balls. I feel that. Yes. That's why I was delayed. I had to go shove my head in the freezer for a few seconds. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. I was thinking about putting a sweater on because my AC is hitting me and I realized I probably shouldn't complain. I've never been so jealous of anyone ever in my life. Last night was the moment I realized I was cooked in literally, not figuratively, was that the window had been open for a while and I was trying to take a nap later in the night. And I was lying naked under the window on my bed and I was sweating. It was like no cold air was coming in. It was still 30 degrees in the room, temperatures, barely going down. I don't know. I don't know how you all survive without AC. I don't know. I guess we're used to it. Yeah. Gotta bite the bullet. Hey, if you want to pay for my AC system and installation, I'll happily look into it. It's one of those things, man. I don't know. It's not warm for long enough to justify it. Every year, by the time I get really tired of it, it gets cold again, and then, you know, that's a Berg died. What's 105? I don't understand your fucking made up units. 40 degrees. Yeah, that's pretty hot. It's a big emergency in the UK because it's 31C. Yeah. Yeah, the past few days have been like 33C during the day, and it's gonna be again like it's gonna be that for another few days, and then I think there's thunderstorms coming, so it's gonna cool off, and then next weekend it's going down a little bit. The problem is not really necessarily during the day. It's like the nights aren't getting cold. Like it's not going under 20. Can you get tired of it now? I want cold again. Yeah, I'm getting. I have a pretty good feeling that I'm gonna be very tired about it by the end of this week, Shazar. I'm doing prediction the other way around. Guarantees that I'm right. But yeah, I mean it's a pain. I would literally rather live in a country where it's like 45 degrees outside and I have AC. I would rather do that. To victimize. I think this weirdly warm weather is caused by abusive AI usage. Yeah, I think that's the problem. It's 24 degrees in my city and I'm very uncomfortable. That is crazy. Again, I understand that everyone has different standards, right? I'm sure there's many people living in certain places that would kill for 30 degrees in their room. But yeah, 24 degrees, man, I would be so happy right now. What's that movie where there's a storm and the whole world enters an ice age? We need that thing. What is this utopian movie you're talking about? $10. The day after tomorrow. 37C here. It's only 10:30 a.m. Yeah, that's insane. I don't know where you are from, Outlaw, but I hope you have AC. Look up a mini split AC fun. They're not too expensive. Work well for a single room. Mini split air conditioner. Not too expensive. $500. We have different definitions for sure, and that's the cheaper one. Most of them are like $700 to $900, going up to $1,500. Anything that's over $200 is out of my budget. Let's put it this way. And even $200, I'm not sure I'd be willing to spend that much, which I realize is completely unrealistic. I'm not kidding myself. I understand AC worth a damn is going to be worth at least 500. I get that. My HVAC dad, my dad, that's so funny. Recommends those when he doesn't want to install central air. What's up, Shepard? I tried. You did, JR. There's, I appreciate it. Those are the types that I've been looking at in the past few years, but I can't seem to justify it. What's up, Infamous? You can file it as a business expense. What? Sure. What is that gonna do for me, though? Here's the thing, Rasta. I don't earn enough money to pay taxes. It being a business expense doesn't change anything for me. I literally earn under the minimum to pay any taxes in Switzerland. Right now, I'm not paying any taxes. That's how little I earn in Switzerland. What's up, Surflux? What's up, Timmy? What's up, White Wolf? What's up, Cryptstick? We were even talking about an Erdtree stream last year. Maybe we did. And I appreciate everyone's suggestions and attempts to help. I really do. It's just it's very complicated, especially with this room, with the way it's laid out, the roof being the only sort of thing connecting to the outside. It's very complicated. It's not as easy as just putting something on the window, and it's fortunately a little more complicated than that. Which increases the cost and the annoyances and in some way it is related. First the crypto bubble, rush, the AI bubble. Oh yeah, I mean, obviously everything that, the entirety of our capitalistic system and its energy consumption contributes to global warming, for sure. I just think it's funny to, point out specifically at one thing. I think it's a lot more complex than that, right? Because what the fuck his name is posting AI pictures on Facebook is not the reason why I'm cooking in my room right now. Not directly, at least, right? That's my point. But yes, if you know, if none of it existed, I'm sure it would be a measurable difference. Badger is the reason for the heat wave. God damn it, Badger. Media Porta Split. 1,500 bucks. 1,700 bucks, sorry. I'm sure is inflated by the fact that it's in the middle of a heat wave. Let's check the price history just for fun. Yep, that's funny. That thing was $1,000 a few months back, like not even a month ago. It is now 1,700 bucks. Yeah, we need that's the thing, Enktar, right? The best way to do this would be to be motivated enough during the winter to get this done. Cheaper, less demand, blah blah blah. And then, you know, but have you tried manifesting an AC unit? Like really wanting one? Yeah. Have I tried to pull an AC unit out of my boots by its straps? Been thinking about getting some solar panels. Sometimes I wonder if I was covering my roof with like reflective surfaces, I wonder if it would make my room cooler. I mean, obviously it would, physically it would have to, but I don't think the difference would be noticeable. Cover your roof with tinfoil? Yeah, no, I mean, it would have an effect. Have you seen that Elon Musk's AI plan literally making air polluted because it uses more energy in a city with 60, 100,000 homes? Oh, $10 wins Twitch chat for today. This is it. $10 just won Twitch chat for the year, probably. Oh my god, this is the funniest shit. See, this is the reason why I stream. God, this is so funny. Oh, $10. If you weren't a tier 3 mod, I would gift you a sub right now. Like, this is worth celebrating. By gifting a tier 3 to you, but you're already one, so. Oh my god, this is so... What a funny answer. Ugh. What's up, Brainy? How are you doing? Just make sure the reflection targets vegetation. Yeah. What's up, Thurlow? How are you doing today? What is Grok? Grok is Twitter's AI thing. And if you go on Twitter right now, literally every response under every tweet ever is someone tagging Grok to ask if it's legit. Some unironically, unfortunately, and some ironically. It's literally all there is. This is so funny. Today I learned, yeah. I'm sorry you had to learn that. It's very useless knowledge, but... But yeah, the funniest thing happening on Twitter right now is when... You know... stupid fucks are asking Grog if whatever information they don't like is legit, and then Grog drops like a fucking 800 words essay about how it is true. And they get absolutely, you know, wrecked. It's I love that. I love when that happens. What's up, Senaya? How are you doing? They call Grog woke, yeah. Fucking DEI Grog, you know. Do they even read the essay? I think they read the first few words and notice that it's not going in their way, right? This is my primary source of social media. God, Timmy, I'm very sorry. I wish I could, you know, make that better for you, but oh man, $10, you just made my day though. Like this just made my day. I'm good now. I can stop streaming. This was worth waking up and going live for. Your peer group is nerdy enough to use Mastodon, you would have to pay me to go on that program. I'm assuming it's only fucking nerds talking about the most specific stuff with very long paragraphs. That's how I picture Mastodon in my head. And unless you're really interested in that, there's no way it's gonna be anything else but extremely boring. What's a badger? Only nerds on Mastodon, which is nice sometimes. Sure. Oh yeah, no, Timmy, just keep doing whatever you're doing. Keep doing it. You are clearly on the right side of things. What's up, Silachi? What's up, Ray Rune? So did you end after this boss fight? Yes. Nobody start talking about AI today, please. We already talked about it, in fact, a little bit. In fact, the best joke of today's chat was about AI, kind of. No. Every Mastodon server has a different vibe. Small interconnected communities. I like it. Yeah, it's basically Reddit without being Reddit. Which is probably why it's you know, it's gonna have a hard time going anywhere. It doesn't really feel a niche, I don't think. But who knows? Timmy, thank you for gifting a tier 3 sub to Cryptstick. That's extremely generous of you. I appreciate you. Thank you, Timmy. And Cryptstick, enjoy the emotes, enjoy the ad-free experience. And if you are not on Discord yet, I would recommend you do so, because now you have access to all the channels on there. What's up, DJ? How are you doing today? Mastodon would suck if it was too successful. Maybe. I made my first Reddit post last week talking about social stuff. I had my account since 2017 or some junk. Wow. I am almost afraid to ask what the post was about. What motivated you enough after 8 years to finally make a post? Had to be something important. It was D&D. I posted an unhinged build. I respect it. Awesome. Maybe just a picture of poop. I was hoping for something kind of, you know, unhinged like that, but that is true. $10 in a lot of cases. I mean, there are smaller communities that have normal posts, but most of the like front page stuff, obviously, you know, exactly that advertising. Either self or corporate. No. What's up, Pinar? How are you doing? That's what I love about Reddit. It's very customizable. That is true. That is true. You can definitely, you know, curate your experience. But I don't know. I see myself barely engaging with Reddit anymore these days. Just honestly, the only sub I read on Reddit anymore is wrestling. I usually go there after we watch a show. Like every time we're done watching a show with Naz, I go there and see if something is not noteworthy, like news-wise, right? Maybe someone's injury was legit. Maybe, you know, all of that stuff is a good way to get like a digest of what's happening in the wrestling world, I guess. What's up, Goal? How are you doing today? Getting advice about TTRPG is definitely one of better uses for Reddit. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true, Timmy. That happens to me sometimes. Yeah, when I'm like looking for specific information, sometimes it sends me to Reddit. That's how I get like actual user experiences. In a lot of cases, rather than, you know, just at this point, AI bullshit, right? Is what you get the most on Google. You try to find something. Mostly visit specific subs, specific works that I keep up with, like manga, like novel, all these discussions. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, again, like if you find like smaller communities you're actually interested in, that is a good way to keep up with it. Alright, so I think we've seen most of these, but not these two. These two are new. And it's notable because one of them is a lady. The other one we've seen, my suspicion is that she might be the queen of the full moon. The ruler of the academy, because she has a gigantic picture of herself with a huge staff under it. In another room. But I wonder if those were all like, if this is like a Hogwarts situation, right? They're all like previous rulers of the academy or something. Yeah, I don't know. Let me check my notes real quick for what pictures. Yeah, this one's the reversed one. Yeah. We've got most of them. I'm just gonna take a picture of the two ladies. Donc. Copy. Bam. Nothing happened. What? Hello? Let's do that again. Copy image. What the fuck? Okay, hold on. Something's not working. It's working when I tried copying it in Paint? Oh, there it is. What? I'm not even gonna try to pretend that I can begin to understand what just happened. I had to create it, like, after I created a new node, it suddenly worked. Maybe it was just... Maybe it was shy. It had performance anxiety. It didn't want to create a new node. Before I, you know, did a little bit of foreplay with the program. It needed to be eased in, you know? And sort of stuff. I hit the word limit, yeah. Her hat reminds me so much of the Dark Magician from Yu-Gi-Oh! I've never watched Yu-Gi-Oh! But I believe you. Pace style dysfunction. Sure. So the architecture of this place reminds me a little bit too of like yesterday I mentioned Bloodborne, but this reminds me a little bit, if I'm thinking Elden Ring, right? I'm trying to actually figure it out. This reminds me of that other building we were at, the tower. You know, like the tower that leads to the Divine Tower also had like a sort of globe like that with the moon and everything. So I'm thinking, you know. Oh yeah, it kind of looks like my high school as well, DJ. You're right. You're actually correct. I remember there was a mention of the astrologers being associated with the academy, no? Let's see. Astrologers. The Carrion royal family. Astrologers used to see the fate in the night skies. Yeah. And they used to run Raya Lucaria. That much we know. I think those maybe are some of the Carrions that used to rule the academy. And obviously there's a lot of like astronomy stuff, looking at the stars. It all connects in a way that makes sense. I'm not sure I had the sort of more details, but I think I get the big picture generally. I'm still really curious what happened for them to turn against one another, like for the academy to turn on the Carrions, trying to get independence or something. There's clearly a way to get in from here, like there's a broken window. I wonder how you get up there, though. Probably from the outside. What's up, Zindern? How are you doing? Let's see. Okay. Ooh, I think those are the... This is like the garden area that I've seen from the plateau. When we were up there. I said like there's a garden area looking thing. I think that's it. It does have like the square things, like the rectangle for grass and all that. Somehow this feels very Anor Londo for me, like the staircase leading to a cathedral of some kind. Oh, there's a ladder. Nice. Well, I've already found the way to get in, I guess. think Zindern's trying to make a joke about the nice of the cocoon, but it didn't land, really. It happens. Sometimes you gotta throw shit at the wall, see what sticks, you know? That's how it goes. It is. And here's the way in. Nice. Crystal Bud. What's up, Nurse Dean? How are you doing today? Stumbled upon AC discourse on Mastodon. Like air conditioning discourse? Is it a whole talking point? Oh god. Why does it have to be a chest every time, dude? For the remainder of this game, every time I see a chest, I'm gonna be very worried. Oh, wait, there's a whole fucking passage here. Oh. Fun. Have we found any more Zoe Walls since the first one? In the academy, you mean? Yes. We found one yesterday that led to a whole back room type situation. It was nice. We found oh shit, that's a golden item. Meant in general? Yeah. Yeah, we found some in the academy and all that. One we found was the Graven School talisman. I think gave us a better understanding of what Selen might have done. Would it be safe to say that everyone in this academy counts as a nerd? Probably. A Radagon icon. I'm assuming that's a talisman? Shortens spellcasting time. A legendary talisman depicting the Elden Lord Radagon. As the husband of Renala of Kyria, the red-haired Radagon studied sorcery and as the husband of Queen Marika, studied incantations. Thus did the hero aspire to be complete. That's an interesting note. What's up, Jespo? How are you doing? Let's see. King Consort Radagon. That's and there's so much. I think I'm gonna have to move everything aside. Wait, what is that about? Oh. I'm gonna have to move all of that to the side so I can create another range for another column of characters. Yeah, I'm assuming that's a Batman reference to me, I think. A weird one, but I respect it. God, I hate that it's so slow sometimes. Um. Found in the what is it called again? The debate parlor. After killing Red Wolf. That should be part of the parentheses. There. As the husband of Renala of Caria, he studied sorcery. And as the husband of Queen America, he studied incantations. Tried to be complete. I think it's interesting in the way they're phrasing that. Tried to be. You know, it could be simply to mean that he's trying to cover a variety of, like, you know, have all the skills he needs, etc., etc. But I wonder if, like, try to be complete. You know, there's something about, like, there's more than just, you know. Yeah, it's still broken, $10. Are you literally having trouble deleting messages? Because, like, someone, I think Shepard said yesterday, he couldn't delete messages. Like, literally could not even delete them. It would take a few times before it even did anything. Is it happening on other channels as well? Or is it just mine again? Yes? Okay, at least there's that. Takes a minute before it actually gets deleted. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what they're doing. Hey, it's probably something good for everyone, right? It's because they're working on improving moderating tools or something. Now, what should be just because they're you know, it's gonna be something that maybe there's gonna be advertisements in chat in the future. Oh my god, I know. You know what the future of Twitch is? Messages appearing in chat as if they're, like, you know, chatter messages, but it's actually like sponsored messages. You know the way you get tweets sometimes that appear and it's sponsored tweets? It's gonna be that, but with Twitch messages. It's gonna just pop in your channel, you know? That's the future of advertising on Twitch. Don't give them ideas. If you think they haven't had that idea yet, you're fooling yourself. They're already on the next step when it comes to ideas. It's just the implementation takes time. That sounds horrible? Yeah. That's why it's gonna happen. Depending on chat speed, it's more or less annoying. I think that may be one factor why it's not, like, actually a great idea. Because a lot of chats, it literally will have no visibility because it's going too fast, but I don't know. I guess it's proportional, right? The faster the chat, the bigger the community, so more people end up seeing it anyway. I don't know. I've seen some companies do gifted subs to advertise. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I know exactly how I feel about it. I am okay with it. If you want to gift 100 subs on my channel to advertise your company, go ahead. You got my you got my approval. You got my benediction, my blessing. I will even personally check your website if you do so. They'll probably just pin it for 30 seconds as a 30 seconds ad. Actually, yeah, that makes sense. No, I'm with you, Thurlow. I understand what you mean, and I'm with you. I sometimes I'm watching like GDQ, and you get like some companies like, you know, doing big donations for charity and with their company name, and I'm always like, it always feels a little icky, right? There's also a there's a company that sponsors GDQ, I think, that does it. I don't remember the name. It's like a t-shirt thing. I think that's fine, right? They sponsor the show. It's part of the deal, right? I get it. That's fine. And they give back to charity, so all good. But when it's like the Yeti, yeah, that's the one. But it's like a random like fucking company using it for ads. I think it's so icky, but hey, at least ultimately they're giving money to charity, so could be worse. Uh-oh. Are they attacking me or are they running away? Oh god. Oh shit, yeah, they're attacking me. See? Whoever was defending these fucking assholes yesterday. I didn't do anything this time and they're all attacking me. These little shits. They're just little guys. Well, they could be little guys without attacking me. They clearly didn't get an education. They remember what you did to their friends? Rhea Lucarian robe. A cracked pot. Them ambushing you is a bit jarring experience, but at least you got a lid on it. How? What happened to you, Timmy? I was dropped on my head. Hey, it clearly didn't prevent you from being successful in life, so I respect that. Robe worn by Rhea Lucaria's Scholar of Sorcery. Those who dedicate themselves to the study of glintstone formed from starry ember receive this modest yet elegant deep navy garb after making their vows of virtue and austerity. But with extended life, one is apt to forget old vows. Oh, that's a fucking good line. I love this one. This one's great. What's up, Slide? So that's also, like, obviously we had suspicions, but this is like a clear indication that glintstones, Ember of the Stars, is not just, not just like a metaphor. Actual star matter, I believe. From meteors? Like, you know, like, did it land on the lens between by the meteors hitting and then the, you know, material would stay there? Not sure exactly, but yeah. Whew. Students make vows of virtue and austerity as they dedicate themselves to the study of glintstone, and they get a robe with it. But with extended life, one is apt to forget Old vows. So it's interesting, like glintstone grants like extended life. Seems to be linked with to extended life and somehow by studying it, by being exposed to it. There's something interesting there, I think. I'm not sure. I always sing that melody lately, and it took me a while to realize what it was. It's from Mega Man. I've been singing that melody without realizing where it came from. I couldn't remember the freaking Mega Man thing. What's up, Deadwell? How are you doing today? Yo, Slide, thank you for the Prime Gaming resub. 2 months. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. 2 months is big deal. Always nice. Thank you for the Prime. Less money for Jeff, more money for me, blah, blah, blah. Slides, you will be remembered. Hope you've been well. Bad day, my AIO pump died. I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. What is an AIO pump? Water cooling pump? I see. All-in-one water cooling for the processor. Oh, for a computer. Ah, I see. Yeah, that sucks. What's up, Kimi? Well, thank you, Timmy, for gifting a tier 3 subscription to Kimi Parsons. I thought you were more discerning, Timmy. You know, gifting subs to people who deserve them. But I appreciate the support nonetheless. And Kimi, you get to enjoy an ad-free experience, a bunch of emotes. And if you're on Discord, you can see all the fucking channels now. Can't believe you thought that of me. My mistake, Timmy. I'm sorry. I should have known with the puns and everything. Oh, look at that. There's little crabs in here enjoying the garden. How cute. Don't know if I should be honored or attacked. I think honored. But yeah, Deadwell, I hope you find a cheap and quick solution. I need to try some of these ashes since I can use them here. Which one do I want to use? Let's start with the marionette soldiers, I think. Oh, jeez! I didn't even see the enemy. Those things are good. Alright. AI versus AI. Who wins, chat? I mean, I think the marionette soldiers got this. Like, look at this trap. They're trashing those nerds. What's up, Kebab Clown? How are you doing? Big damage, 12 a hit. Yeah, I mean, those things, I think, die from, like, one spear attack, so... But hey, it's... If you never can attack, you know, if you can never attack because you're getting destroyed at range, You never lose, right? I love... Look at this! The number of arrows. That's so funny. Oh! Oh shit. Oh man, that's gonna be a fun one. Half of the arrows are not hitting anything. I'm the chatter that haunts Daniel's sensical dreams. I don't know if you've ever been in my dreams, Kimmy. Actually. Not once, I don't think, no. There's still time. Don't lose hope. Still in warranty, either get a replacement or a refund. Will take time, unfortunately. That's always the issue, right? I'm like, whenever something breaks in like a computer or like tech or hardware that I bought or something, I'm never too worried about like the price, because there's always like a warranty. It's just the time. It takes so long. Like, you send it back in and it literally takes them like a month to even, you know, do anything about it. I'm always very upset at that. It's so annoying. I understand, I get it. There's a lot of demand. But it's just... Oh wow, that thing's going crazy right now. Okay, hold on. Let's keep, you know, let's keep experimenting since we're here. There's enemies, it's fun. Let's see what the other ones do. Might as well get it over with before we get too many of them and we can't keep up anymore. Okay, so that's it for the marionette. We'll try the imps next. Do I have anything to increase the number of FP that I have? Raises maximum FP to 83. Well, that's not going to help much, I don't think. Is there one that's more than 78 and less than 83? Oh, yes. 81, Page's Ashes. Page Ashes. Spirit of a page who traveled at the side of the noble he served, used a piercing sword and crossbow to defend his master. One becomes a page merely by accident of being born into obscurity, nothing asked of ability, talent, or volition. That's kind of cool. I'm gonna try to use it with this. No, wait. This one. Let's do some experimenting before we progress into the academy. Again, I want to use as many of those things as I can. Actually, I think this is a bad idea. I'm gonna forget that I've already tried it. Because of the number of FP. Yeah, you know what? Let's stick with the normal amount. Because otherwise I'm gonna forget. I know myself. It's gonna be like, oh, I've never tried this one. Because it's over the limit. I don't trust myself. My brain's old and tired. Let's see, let's try the imps now. You guys okay? Okay. They're not as aggressive as the marionette ones. The marionette ones started shooting everything. These are just not doing. I think they've probably coded the AI for ranged differently. They get that if you use a ranged one, you want them to attack at a distance and all that, right? These you want them to not aggro everything before the fight starts, you know? I think that's kind of the idea. Oh my lord! Oh yeah. What the fuck? Did you forget who you were serving for a minute? That was so funny. What's up, Tyler? Oops, my bad. Yeah, that thing was like... couldn't be stuffed for a sec there. Worth a try? Yeah, I mean... that was so funny. Oh no! What the f- Okay. I am upset at those imps. Those imps were like, yeah, no, we're gonna try to kill you, and then as soon as you actually need us, we're gone. They retired, yeah. Well, that was fun. Betrayers. They did what they came to do, yeah. Lore accurate imps, for sure. Let's see with those ones. So apparently, according to the description I remember, they spawn far away from you. Let's see. Ah. This is so stupid. They did, no, true. It did what it said on the tin. It's just, I expected the, you know, I expected to actually be able to point them to a certain direction. No, I understand that. I understand it. It's true. Technically, no lies were told. You know. Protect me! Protectors? I have a feeling this is not gonna work out. Yo, what's up, Carissa? How are you doing today? Infamous Daniel I hear so much about. Oh! What is happening? Okay, hold on. Oh. I don't know what to say. I am, you know. This was not my finest moment. Some would say it was, but what's up, Choco? What's up, Koilu? What's up, Stella? Thank you, Timmy, for gifting a tier 3 subscription to Carissa. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Timmy, I don't know what's gotten into you today, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And Carissa, you will be remembered, as we say around here. Enjoy the ad-free experience, enjoy the emotes, and if you haven't, you know, if you want to join Discord, you have access to all the channels as a tier 3 sub, so I don't think there's much to do there, but at least you get live notifications every day. But yeah, good to see you here. It's the famous Daniel I hear so much about. I can explain some of it. I know you're from Naz's channel, so your vision of me is likely slightly distorted, which is okay. It's part of, you know, it's part of the deal. But you know, not the Daniel that makes fun of me, right? I was gonna say if I ever made fun of you, but obviously I have. I don't think anyone on Naz's channel has escaped my shenanigans. Why do they spawn here again? Is it a see, Brainy? It's not far away this time, is it? I think they have a fixed spot they spawn, which is so weird. Okay, I want to see that fight again, though. Because that shit was hilarious. It tried to grab one of them and then got stunned as a result, which I think is fascinating. It's far away from where you thought they would spawn. That is true. That is true. What is it doing? Are you okay? The dance moves, though, that this thing has. No wonder they're still a virgin. Okay, I'll excuse myself while they... But there's a difference, Sanaya. This is my house. Oh, nothing happened this time. This is such a funny interaction. I love that it tries to grab, but it can't. It's so funny. And then it gets stunned somehow. This is so wild. I don't understand what's going on here. Whoa, Jesus, leave me out of this! I'm not a part of that fight. This isn't my war. It's really good at stunning it. Impressively so. Not at doing damage to it, but it's stunning it pretty well. I'm impressed. Oh god, it's after me now. I'm gonna reset and try the last one. Okay, those things are useless, by the way. I'm sure there may be a way to use them in a way that's efficient. Or in specific locations. But no, I'm not on board with that one. That one's not fun. It's weird. I don't like it. Okay, the Avionet Soldier Ashes now. So for those who don't know, if you're, you know, if you've just arrived and you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm experimenting with the ashes. 'Cause I'm never using them really in like proper fights, but I like summoning them to just see what happens. I think it's a fun experiment. So since we can summon them here, there's a grace nearby. I'm just getting through those that I haven't tried yet. This is the last one. The Avionet Soldiers. It's like a xenomorph egg, but a lot less fun. Oh, the squirts? Yeah. I agree. Alright, let's look at this. Oh shit! They fly and all. Look at this! Looks like Devil Jin's diving attack in Tekken 8. Giving me PTSD. Or normal Jin, I think. Okay, can they kill the Virgin? Let's try. I don't want them to despawn like the other ones. Let's try the Virgin. Who you got, chat? Virgins or the Avionet Soldiers? 1-on-1. Well, 2-on-1. Soldiers, let's go. I mean, with the movement they have... Oh, they're taking a lot of... Oh my god, can they get grabbed? Nope. They can't get grabbed either. Okay, I see a stun. No, don't fight the crabs. Focus! Oh my lord. Friend just asked me to join them to a concert. Getting pretty hyped about the idea. Igor, MBR as a special guest. That's pretty cool. Love MBR. Okay, well, the Virgin one again. Who? Okay, who? We upgraded one of them, right? Who did we upgrade again? I think it was the... Well, Latenna, of course, we upgraded, but the Jellyfish we also upgraded. Oh, upgrading... Wait, no, never mind. I was gonna say upgrading raises the amount of FP uses, but I don't think that's true. I wonder if Latenna could win. Probably not, because she would get, you know, the Virgin would close up on her and then she would get destroyed. Yeah, my ashes are too weak. None of them are upgraded outside of Latenna. Only one way to find out, yeah. I don't think the jellyfish is really strong, though. But I'm kind of curious. If it was more than +3, maybe there would be a chance. Come on, Aurelia. Do something! There you go. Let's see. I don't know, it doesn't really say anything here, Kirisa, but be careful with information about the game that I may not know about. We're pretty strict about that here. It seems to be doing poison damage. Apparently. What's up, Omeros? How are you doing today? Oh, no worries, no worries. Just we're definitely a lot stricter than than most channels you may be used to. So 900 berries, the gatherer. Yeah, I mean I've never really used any. So. Okay, jellyfish versus virgin. I have a bad feeling about this one. I don't think the jellyfish is gonna do too well, but. Yeah, this is not gonna work out, I don't think. Oh my lord! Getting pulled in. Start the Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight's great. Great game. Wait, I can use the item again to send them back to the Beyond. I didn't know that was a thing. That's great. Yeah, that Virgin's pretty tanky. That Virgin is pretty tanky. Okay, no luck for the jellyfish, unfortunately. Have you played any Night Rain? No. None whatsoever. I mean, Latenna is my best summon. I don't think she's gonna be able to do much in this case because of the once the Virgin closes the distance, this is it, right? But let's try. You plan to after this? I'm probably gonna play it one day. Yeah, I'm just not sure when that's gonna be. Yeah, Latenna does damage, that's for sure. I don't think she's gonna survive the encounter though. As soon as the Virgin gets close, it's Jover. Latenna, please. Latenna? Start shooting! That's the only thing you've got, it's the range. Ah, there you go. Okay, hold on. Yeah, now... Oh! Oh my god, she's cooking! Oh my god, she can't get grabbed! Oh, and now she can't shoot anymore. She's... Oh no! She was doing so well! Yes! Get pushed away! You got this! You got this! No! Yes! Oh, let's go! Yes! No! One more hit! You're so close! She's too close! Come on, one more! This is the happiest I've ever been in this video game. Latenna actually won that fight. Holy shit. This is the best Pokemon game. This is actually really fun, yeah. This makes me want to do that more. I wanna do this more often. Seeing fights between like your summons and the enemies is actually pretty funny. What's up, Suffist? How are you doing today? Man, Latenna. Woo! Latenna's climbing the ranks right now for my favorite character in the game. Just getting there. I can see why Naz says you play games slow as fuck. You have no idea. We're 213 hours into the game. And we've defeated one major boss. It's a whole thing. How? There lots of detours. And shenanigans. And long conversations as well. But what's up, Battery? How are you doing today? Yeah, this is a surprising amount of activity for the stream. That's true. We're kind of speedrunning right now. Oh yeah, you haven't seen the notes. This will make more sense. Those are my notes so far. There's like 594 of them. 594 boxes. There's note about everything we've encountered, and there's screenshots even. It's a whole thing. Yeah, trying to put the lore together, you know. So that explains also a lot, but yeah. But anyway, Latenna, Jesus! I can't believe Latenna just won like that. That's amazing. I'm so proud of her. Damn, Latenna is just the best. How can you not like her? It's interesting though that if the enemy's melee range, she can't fire anymore. That's a bit of an annoying thing. Good to remember though. But yeah, she does. At least she does damage. You know, she does have the damage. That's for sure. She's relentless. Like she doesn't stop shooting. That's also a good thing. Very focused. Alright, I have to kill the Virgin by myself now this time. Me versus the Virgin. I don't think I'm gonna do as well as Latenna. Honestly. I'm kind of worried. I rolled! That is such bullshit. I totally rolled that, by the way. Latenna is stronger than I am. This is official. Yeah. More than half is talking to chat, writing notes, and theory crafting. I would say more than half, no. I think that's unreasonable. A good portion of it is, but not more than half. You have to also, like, a lot of the conversation with chat happens during the first portion, like, without playing the game, happens during the first portion of the stream, during which the game is not, like, the save's not active, right? And granted, there's conversations during the gameplay sometimes. I'm dead. But I don't think it accounts for half of it, even with the notes. I don't know. You sit there with the game open. I mean, sometimes, you know, if there's a conversation in chat, something interesting, we're just gonna sit there and talk, right? But the longest conversations tend to happen before I get into the game. That's true, Nasrallah. That's true. Yeah, I don't know. I think you half of it being conversation and notes seems a little overshooting it. I would say a good 25% for sure. At least 25%. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It's part of the show. But I also think I just play very slowly. I just don't progress very fast. I like to take my time. There's also, like, how many hours did we spend on, like, the 3 sagas we've had? It was at least 10 hours on the dual boss, 10 hours on Blackblade Kindred, and 10 hours on... It was at least 30 hours of boss fights. On its own, right? Ugh. Shit. What's up, Fufox? How are you doing today? No, that's true, Sanaya. That's true. That's true. Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know. Maybe it does account for half of it. I'm not sure. And I don't mind. Like, I'm not, I'm not saying this defensively. It's part of the show. It's always been part of the show. I've always said, to me, it's a chat first, like conversations first, game second type experience. That's always been my sort of playbook, right? If it was just about the gameplay, we'd watch YouTube videos. So yeah, I don't mind at all. It feels like I'm comparing to like previous playthroughs of like Hollow Knight, for instance, or Returnal, like some older playthroughs on this channel, Disco Elysium even. Like it feels like there's less conversations in Elden Ring. I spend less time just standing there and talking. I often talk more as I'm playing around and just farming or killing stuff, right? Which is also due to the nature of the game. In Disco Elysium, you're not gonna keep playing the game while you're having a conversation. It just doesn't work. And yeah, Returnal was a different time too. Like the amount of conversation and engagement we had during that old time, like in these old days. It was still during the pandemic a little bit, on the back end of the pandemic. A lot more people were at home and just engaging, so it was a different time. But yeah, like Returnal, we had, oh my god, we had literal entire streams where I barely played the game and I was just talking. Ah, shit. Yeah. 99. Yeah, I hate those things. Getting put to sleep by those crabs is so annoying. What are crabs doing here? I really wonder what crabs are doing here. I mean, I get that there's a bit of nature and vegetation, but like, it doesn't seem like there would be enough food to sustain them. And how do they reproduce? It means there's another big one. If there's a big one and a lot of little dudes, there has to be another big one for reproduction, right? Logically speaking. I'm hearing sounds of something in there. It sounds like one of those pumpkin knights, the ones with the big bonk around their heads? That's what it sounds like. So there's a staircase here that I access like that. Fair enough. Okay, let's explore the side here first, I guess. Well, down there first and then the side here before we do what I believe is the actual progress. What's up, Ninja Cookie? Yeah, Returnal was fucking incredible. Like, Returnal is one of those games that I never think about it until I do. Well, that makes sense, of course. Duh. But like, it's not a game that comes to my mind very often, is what I'm trying to say. But when it does, I always remember it as one of the best video games I've ever played. Like, right up there. It probably should be in the top 10 if I ever made one. That game was so freaking good. What a game. You die, you have to start over. Kinda? Yeah. I mean, yes, it does. Yes, on the surface, that's a thing. That's the mechanic. But you don't really start over. Death is part of the process. But the story goes forward. You know, some of the mechanics change and go forward. Like, you do progress through death. Yes. Oh, there's the second one. See, I was right. I was totally right. Like, not fully from the beginning. Yeah, I mean, technically, it does have that roguelike element to it, right? You die, you start over. But you do make progress through dying and playing the game again. You have to die. You have to fail to make some things advance in the story. It's like Hades if you play that one, right? A little bit. What's up, Facehugger? How are you doing today? But yeah, man, Returnal, God, what a story that game had. It's one of my favorite stories in any video game. There's a reason why my sub-alerts and all my alerts are still Returnal. Like, that game left a mark. That game left a mark for me. I will still say that Returnal has my favorite boss fight of all time. Favorite boss fight in video game history for me is in Returnal. And it wasn't that hard. It wasn't a matter of difficulty. It was just a matter of the presentation of it, the build-up to it, the actual gameplay, and the way the gameplay and the lore and the visuals and the music and everything worked together. And just the narrative around it and the symbolism and... oh, man, that boss fight is just a masterpiece of game design. What boss? It's a boss known as Hyperion. And I'm not going to say anything more about it, because spoilers and everything, but yeah. A boss named Hyperion. God, what a masterpiece. Yeah, B-side. I think it's a good one. And if you have a PS5 controller, make sure to play with that, even if you play on PC, right? Make sure you play with a PS5 controller. The way Returnal is using the PS5 controller is probably the best I've seen outside of Astrobot. Because Astrobot was kind of designed around the idea of using the controller, right? So it's kind of unfair comparison. But yeah, Returnal is the best non-Astrobot game in terms of how it's using the controller, I think. It's more than just like added little fun, like vibrations, like specific vibrations and all that, which it is, and it's great. But it like literally mechanically makes use of the controller and the triggers in a way that's so interesting. What's up, Credo? How are you doing today? How come your FE bar is showing like that? Because it's half empty, I guess. I don't know. I don't know exactly why it does that. Yeah. Is that a crab? Is that a magic crab? Why is that crab different? Oh my god, what is going on here? How are you, Goose? Thank you for the tier 2 36-month resub. That's 3 freaking years. 3 years. Delightful Business Goose. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you. That is a huge, huge amount of time. And Delightful Business Goose, you will be remembered. Yeah, I think it's because the bar is not full. So like the game's like, hey, your FP is low. You know, I don't know. I don't know if it does the same with HP if you're not full, but... okay, I'm really intrigued by this crab though. Why is it so different? It's infected with glintstone or something? Oh, it's hard. I can't damage it as well. What? Huh. One of the glintstone crowns bestowed upon Rhea Lucaria. Scholars whose pursuit were deemed worthy. increases intelligence to the detriment of stamina. The Kerolos Conspectus is the oldest of the Academy's lineages of study, begat by sorcerer Azur. Scholars who follow in his footsteps pursue the mysteries of comets. Okay, let's see. We have a note of that. Yes. The oldest of the Academy's lineages of study. Okay, so the conspectuses are lineages of study, right? They're sort of like different focuses, I guess. Like it's their major, basically. These ones major in comet studies. Begat by sorcerer Azur. They pursue the mysteries of comets. The other ones, study of meteors. Okay. Interesting. I wonder how many of them there are. I also wonder... I also wonder... Yeah, we have the Olivinus and the Kerolos, so that's 2 of them. I want to go very quickly, very briefly back to the room, the debate parlor. I want to see if I can recognize the specific faces on the walls. Maybe that's what the crowns represent, the first sorcerer that was sort of like the leader of that conspectus. Let's see. Nice to hear you appreciate Returnal. Haven't played it. Stays in my mind as the first proper PS5 game. Maybe there's a time for it yet. Oh, yeah, it will still look, feel, play amazingly to this day. It's still one of the best looking video games ever made. Guaranteed. If you haven't played it, I highly recommend it. I think Returnal is a masterpiece that everyone should at least try and play. I don't think everyone's gonna vibe with it, but it's worth trying. So this one has a big beard and a lil hat. This one has a sad face and a sort of bandana. I think this may be the one. This may be the one with the bandana, maybe. Let's see. Returnal looks way too difficult for me. It's okay. Honestly, it's not as hard. Well, I mean, I can't pretend that I know what you're, you know, how good you are at video games, but I don't think it's that hard. You know, and again, you die, but suddenly you learn, and at some point you become good, right? And I think Returnal rewards patience. If you play a little bit more slowly and you don't rush too much, I think you tend to fare better, but that's just my experience. Yeah, so this guy, I think, is this guy. I'm just not sure if one of these... This one could be the other one, maybe? It has like a little, like, sort of crown with an opening. So does that mean that this is Lusat and this is Azur? I mean, it does look a bit like him, right? Like big bird, side stuff. Well, I mean, they all look kind of the same. Yeah, I mean, it could be. The crown looks a bit different, though. I'm not sure. This one looks a lot more like, you know, like the cauliflower on his head and all that. It's a lot more like that. Yeah, this one I'm fairly sure this is the one. As far as the other one goes, I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm assuming that's what it is. Those are like the Conspectus's leaders or something, maybe. Yeah, interesting. If I find more of those masks, I'll come and try to find more. You know, more pictures that look like them. I have screenshots of all of them, so we're good. Yeah, no, Returnal's fucking What a game. Okay, this feels like a very dangerous spot. I'm not gonna lie. Once those mages start blasting, there's not much you can do against it. Uh-oh. The top donors of Raya Lucaria. Yeah. The tier 3 subs of Raya Lucaria. What's up, London's president? How are you doing today? I am indeed maidenless. How did you know? Holy mother of God. Okay. Yeah, this is a bit of a problem. They never stop blasting. I'm not sure how to approach those things. Let's see if I can do something with projectiles. Okay, he's poisoned. So technically, he should die if I wait. The MySpace top 5. Nice, nice. I literally just got out of that place from the start. Where do I go? How would I know? I mean, I'm still in here. I don't know. Somewhere. Go wherever your heart takes you. Let the spirit of adventure take over. Please die. The poison's gonna stop acting just before he dies, isn't it? How many knives was that? 3? 3 is enough to poison them? That's pretty good. Ah! Fantastic. What a victory. Hooray for poison knives. Shit. Last one didn't hit. God damn it. Let's pretend to be a bush. Oh, or a portrait. That's fine. Who left that painting here? One hell of a bush. Yeah, look at that beard. Relevant meme. Oh boy. Pretty good. Yeah, those dudes are annoying, man. Their spam is pretty intense. If only I had a shield that had 100% magic defense. That one has 70%, which is great. Ah, yeah, that'd be so good. Honestly, I'm tempted to use this one for a little bit. Like it's less great for like physical stuff, but I mean at least it's blocking that shit better. I mean, I still get wrecked. It's still not ideal. What do you mean I can't change equipment at this time? Sir, please. What? Look at fucking James McAvoy over there, bending the fucking bullets around the corner. Oh no, I didn't see you. Oh my god, dude. That movie was ass. It was not great. But you know what? I love watching it. I don't think it was a good movie, but I love watching it. And not just because of Angelina Jolie. Although, you know, it's just a good reason to watch it. It's just fun. I know, it's fun nonsense. Yeah, guilty pleasure, exactly. I'm gonna wait for that guy to die. I don't care. I don't care if I'm using, you know... I don't care if I'm using coward strats. I am not risking anything there. I also need to get some flasks back. I'm getting low. They're spamming harder than me with my magic build. I can honestly, the way the magic works in this game, like I've seen like the way you can spam spells and how dynamic some of the spells feel. I can tell that magic is probably super fun in this one compared to something like Dark Souls 1 where it's kind of slow and, you know. Like this one feels like magic can actually be really fun. Maybe, hey, maybe we'll have a magic era in this playthrough. Maybe at some point I'll respec art into magic or something. Who knows? Maybe my character will have a revelation for a while. Oh my god. This is gonna be a long playthrough. There's gonna be time for experimenting, I think. Oh, yeah. First build was magic. I enjoyed every second. Hell yeah. Okay, it's a lot more quiet all of a sudden. Let's see. I do not feel safe. Okay. Glintstone Wet Blade. Let's see. Glintstone Wet Blade with a cipher engraved can be used as a whetstone knife. When applying an affinity using physical or magic type Ashes of War, an additional affinity of magic or frost can be chosen. Nice. Love those. Our collection of affinities is increasing. Love that. What's up, Jode? How are you doing? Hold on. Wait. Did I just literally miss a door? No, I didn't. What? I'm confused. Hold on. Does not open from this side. Oh. Okay, I can see what's going on here, design-wise. We're gonna climb this, go through there, and then come back from here, and this is gonna be a shortcut to access the bigger building there. For now, I do wanna check down here. Oh boy, yeah. I don't think I saw that door. I legitimately think I missed it. Always find it interesting when people use Twitch chat as Google. Like, I understand, like, and here's the thing. I think asking questions about a game can be a nice way to get into a community. I think it works. And like, if you go to Naz's channel and you have questions about Souls games, you're gonna be welcomed just fine, and it's gonna be a hell of a good time, right? Because Naz has a lot of knowledge he can share. But if you're going in a channel that, you know, is doing a first playthrough or anything of the sort, and then like, oh, I'm further than you are, where should I go? How am I supposed to know? I don't see the future. But anyway, I get it. You know, people find ways to connect and try to... And I'm sure some communities welcome that a lot. I typically don't. That's okay. Yeah, but maybe they didn't leave because of, you know, they didn't get an answer. There's a world where they left because they felt like I was being dismissive or rude to them, which is okay. I don't fucking care. But, you know. Oh god. Oh god. This is another fucking rooftop exploration part, right? Yep. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Have I been down there? Yes. Okay. That's the same area. Okay, there's a part of me that kind of wants to go around and then open that door first. Nah, fuck it. Let's see what the roofs have in store for us. I feel like I don't have a lot of flasks, so I'm a little concerned. Oh well, here goes nothing. Spirit of adventure and all that. So the reason I'm a little concerned is because when we were in Stormvale, the roof exploration was extremely overwhelming. It opened up a whole lot of areas and I was very confused and it took me a while to get my bearings. I'm a little worried about that. Okay, at least there's enemies, so I'm supposed to be here. That's a good sign. Ah, shit. Oh, boy. Up. Please, hit him! Thank you. Oh my god. Short bow. Am I supposed to be able to enter this? Hold on. Is that an open space? Am I supposed to be able to get there? Hold on. Shit. Can't tell. Hold on, I need light down there. How can I get the light to stick to the wall? Nope, it's closed. Okay. Ha! It looked open from up there. So I was like, maybe I'm supposed to be able to fall into that little gap, but no. It's clearly not that. Okay, cool. Now we know. Where I'm moderating, I actively try to tell people in a friendly manner that this is not Google. Yeah, I don't mind. The way I'm approaching a lot of situations on Twitch, and I know it's probably not the healthiest way of approaching it. The way I like to approach a lot of situations on Twitch is, I don't want to ban or delete people, you know. I just want to engage with it and see what happens. Sometimes it leads to fun moments. I do like embracing the unknown. I don't know. Which leads to conflict more often than you know, than you would like, but it is what it is. What's up, Nibiru? How are you doing? Okay, hold on. Okay, there's a mage there, and then there's a tower. Was that the bell tower? That wasn't the bell tower that we first climbed, was it? No, that was the one. That's the one we ended up on top of from the crystal cave. Yeah. God, it's so warm in here. You guys have no idea. I can't even begin to express how warm the room is right now. It has to be like 35 degrees. I can't wait to open the window in like 30 minutes. You continuing to engage with people who deserve a ban always feels like a cat playing with a mouse it caught. Can be a little bit of that, yeah. Which I know is not healthy, and it's probably bringing some bad vibes sometimes, but I can't help myself. I personally find it entertaining. I'm sorry. I'm a terrible person. I'm broken inside. It's not you, it's me. What's up, Captain Dax? It gives me a... I don't know. It reminds me of the old days of Twitch, you know? Most of my experience, most of my time on Twitch, most of my experience on Twitch was watching... Oh, fuck. What is this? Was watching people like Man vs. Game or excessive profanity. So, you know, I've learned to enjoy Twitch in a very specific way. Okay, it's poisoned now. Oh god, no! Okay, oh, thank god. I kind of wasted the poison resources there, but... Actually, maybe not. I was able to kill it in 2 hits when it got close, so... If you do it too much, you can get lol cowed, though. I don't think I give a fuck. If that happens, Listen, it can happen for so many reasons outside of your control. I don't think I should worry about it happening to me. If it does, whatever. A lot of people that get lol cowed, you know, end up making more money thanks to it. So, if it happens, I'll deal with it when it does. I'm not saying it's going to be a good experience, but it's one of those things I do not worry about at one bit. Oh man, yes, Flux. Got reprimanded, but in a good way. Wait, when was that? My old channel? Like you were there in the older days? It's the same channel, but you were there in the old days? I didn't remember that, I don't think. Actually, no, I did. I think? I'm not sure. I'm confused. How are you, Captain Dax, by the way? All good. I'm okay. I'm surviving the heat is my current mode of operation. Trying to survive the heat. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. I had a different name back in the day, yeah, but it's the same channel. I just renamed it. But I didn't remember you were there, is the thing, because okay, here's the thing. I thought I remembered you being back in the old days. I checked the other day, like a few weeks ago when you came in. I was like, I think that person's one of the older days, and I wasn't sure. And I checked your follow age, and you were following since 2022, which is the new era of the stream. So I was like, oh no, I must be confusing him with someone else with the similar name, right? But no, turns out you probably refollowed. Yeah. But I'm surprised because I don't think in the older days, I don't think I was that harsh with spoilers and all that. Maybe I was a little bit more than I remember. Yeah. Found you through Viper Strike 21 and Taros Molos. I remember Taros Molos. I don't remember Viper Strike though. Yeah. I didn't stream for like 7 years. (2015, 2022), a long hiatus. Was meant to be permanent, but here we are. How hot is it? I don't know. It's probably like 30. Oh my god! I just got scared by my own character. I think it's probably 35 in the room right now. You were not harsh at all, but I used Kappa as an excuse for each and every joke. And I gave you shit for that? Yeah, that sounds like me. Yeah, using Kappa doesn't excuse everything. You can't just say anything and use Kappa and pretend that it's okay. No. That does sound like me. That is true. You gotta use /S or no one will know it's sarcasm. Don't start me on that, okay? I don't want to have that conversation again. I understand there's more to it than just whatever. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, I don't know how to get down there. There seems to be a whole fucking other part down there. See, it's what I was saying. Like, you land on a roof and then suddenly half the fucking area is meant to be explored from here. How do I even go up there? Am I missing something? Oh, it's just that back then, Shepard, there weren't that many people streaming. Not as many as today. There wasn't an algorithm back then even. You just found channels randomly, or by game, or because you know, it was a very different time. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Twitter? Yeah, that would make sense if you were still following that. Oh my god. What? Look at the fucking size of this thing! Oh, you think you've explored the fucking place? Nah-uh. Half the fucking world is on the roofs. This is Stormvale all over again. I love it, by the way. I really enjoy it. I don't think the level design of the Academy so far is up to the standard of Stormvale layout-wise, right? It feels a bit less interconnected like Stormvale was, with shortcuts and all that. It seems a little more like Bloodborne rather than DS1 style of design, you know? Like DS3 rather than DS1 style of design, or Demon Souls. But I do like it. I think it's a really fun place to explore. The vibe is excellent and it feels fun. Alright, well, I mean, there's an item up there, but I don't think... Yeah, I don't think I can get up there. Am I? Oh god, hold on. Can I kill myself if I do that wrong? No, okay. I don't think... I think... Okay, hold on, hold on. Now I need to be on the top here. Okay. I don't know if it's possible. Shit. I don't have enough space to sort of get, you know, running speed or anything. We'll just assume it's not possible. There has to be another way. I don't know. I'm not seeing any. I'm not seeing any ladder. Am I supposed to jump this? Because if I go down here, then I don't think there's any way for me to come back up here. Am I supposed to jump this? This seems... Because, okay, this, there's nothing there. So jumping down here does not serve a purpose, I don't think. Jumping up here leads to this. May or may not serve a purpose. Oh, it leads here too. Okay, okay. So I need to jump this. There's gonna be a fucking ladder somewhere, I'm sure. But... Hold on, hold on, hold on. Oh! Oh! Oh my god, I would have died if I didn't make it. I didn't realize that. I thought there was the ground down there. I thought there was more roof, you know? I did not realize how dangerous... If I saw there was a gap, I may have not even tried, honestly. What was that? That thing just went straight down. That was so funny. Astronaut? Yeah, I don't know. Learn from the best. Yeah, I guess so. Oh man, I don't know what to do here. There's like, it feels like there's two paths, but I can't take both. Because if I go down here, I don't think I can come back up. If I go here and then down here, I don't think I can come back up. Okay, I'll go there. I have no idea what I'm doing. Where are we going? I don't know. The opposite of an astronaut, a groundonaut? A terranaut? Astro... What would be the geonaut? A geonaut, maybe? Lithonaut? Something like that? An astronaut, yeah. An astronaut. Oh, hey, there's a whole thing here. Oh, this was worth it. Oh, there's a ladder. I'm feeling so accomplished. Fuck me. Not the time to die. Yeah, but Terra, I think Terra is Latin for like the planet, not necessarily the ground, right? The earth. Should be like Geonaut. Probably. Terra is an Esper. I understood that reference. What a thrill. Oh my god, this place goes high. Holy Jesus. What's up, Chilltown Will? How are you doing today? Granada, good to see you. Terrain probably comes from Terra. Yeah. Right. Was an FF6 pun? Oh yeah. I don't think that... Okay, hold on. Oh god, don't teleport me. Please don't teleport me. Thank you. The Full Moon Crossbow. One-of-a-kind enchanted crossbow of exquisitely detailed craftsmanship, made to celebrate the matrimonial union and reconciliation between the houses of the Erdtree and the Full Moon, Leyndell and Rhea Lucaria. The two rings dance when reloading the weapon, reveals true worth when used with wholly infused bolts. Made to celebrate the matrimonial union and reconciliation between the houses of the Erdtree and the Full Moon. So the marriage, okay, but reconciliation? Because... Oh, reconciliation in the sense of, like, the war ended, right? Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, I mean, this is really no new information. It's just like more confirmation about like more, a little bit more context about like, I guess, the war that we've known about that ended with Radagon and Renala marrying, right? So nothing new, but just maybe if you haven't found any other information, that would be a good first mention of that union and that war, I guess. But we've already talked to a lot of characters that mentioned it. I never found this. Where are you? Where are you? I took the roof path on the side of like the guard. You know when you get out of the debate parlor and there's this garden outside of it? At some point you can jump on the roof and there's a whole other section of the game, of the area. And I don't know, I just walked around. I'm not sure. Looks cool. Oh, shit. I'm trying to... Oh, this is neat. When you reload, the rings flip. That is so cool. Really cool animation. Love it. Now the question is, can I fall down there and not die? Yeah. And we're back. Hell yeah. Okay, that was a good way to actually reconnect with the... Oh, shit! Ah, fuck. It's not that far. It's okay. Oh my god. This is such a scary jump. I don't know what sound I just made, by the way. That came from deep inside of me. What's up, Cyrus? How are you doing? What a thrill, part 2, I know. So how's everybody doing? You guys come here often? What a nice ladder, huh? Yeah, love ladders. Good craftsmanship there. That tall of a ladder, without any bend, perfectly, you know, carrying the weight even when you're in the middle of it. That is some sturdy ladder. You know? That is a sturdy ladder right there. That's a Mopo. How are you doing? Pine, perhaps? I don't know. Maybe, maybe. Alright. I mean, it's not terrible, but come on, game. You can do better than this. It is so warm in here that my water feels, you know, tepid. Okay, I gotta make that jump one more time. One more time. Let's go! Okay, there's another jump to make. This one seems easier though, but let's not get overconfident. Hell yeah. Okay, there's an item down there. Oh god. I'm gonna have to do it more than once, I think. Can I go from... Oh, Jesus Christ. I hate when they do that. Oh my god, I hate when they do that. Oh my god, this is so annoying! Dude, you gotta be kidding me. That did not work. I don't want to go down there. I'm really afraid of what's gonna happen if I do. Oh, come on. If you ever catch me saying something good about video games, know that it was probably under duress. Video games are pure garbage. Doctored AI video, yeah. Okay, so there's something down there. Oh, fuck, what is this place? Oh god, this is a whole thing. Ah, fuck. Okay, hold on. That is true, JC. Indubitably. Am I supposed to go on the... I am overwhelmed. Oh my god, there's items over there. I can see it. God, this place is huge. I don't know where to go. What's up, Arcade's Fire? How are you doing today? Arcade Fires, sorry. Do a backflip? I wish I could. In real life. Okay. Feels like there's 3 different ways I can go right now. It's actually fairly easy to learn to backflip area. Oh, I used to be able to. I'm not anymore though. I'm old. And I'm out of shape more than anything. But yeah, no, I used to be able to. Yeah, when I was younger, when I was spry, and you know, the top of my fitness. You know, I used to be able to. How old am I? I'm 43 in a month. 42 right now. How are you today, JC? Okay, so there's a whole other angle here to explore, which is very scary. There's a way down there, which could link to maybe this? Somehow? Like an exit down there, and then you can jump. There's a ladder here that I'm also noticing. So there may be a way, like if I go down there, maybe then I can climb the ladder and then I can jump on this. Okay, so I'm gonna put those two as the same thing. So what I think I want to do first is go down here. I'm not sure here connects anything else. I hope to look... I hope I look as good as you do at 40. I hope you look better and feel better, Marik. But, yeah, no, I mean, I can't complain. I'm... Health-wise, I'm relatively lucky. You gotta appreciate that. You know? I think that's the play. Go down here, and then whatever happens. Yeah. Shit! I hate when you camera fucking. Okay. Yeah. I had to kill it really fast because of that other one. That's the other one I was worried about. Oh my god, what's happening? What? Did you see that? It felt like the screen was shaking. That was so weird. Even like the health bar was shaky and blurred. What a strange visual bug or whatever that was. Wow. I'm sure glad I didn't miss that golden rune level 4. I mean, it's not about the reward. It's about feeling like you've explored everywhere. It's that feeling of completion, what I'm looking for. I love that. Okay, so here, and then we can get to the tower. It's the reward. Oh! Okay, that is fucking hype. That's fucking hype. Holy shit. Hold on. To-do list. What is it? Use the last portal at the 4 belfries. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's a good reward right there. I am so excited. It's the last one. Fuck yeah. There's a ladder to go down here. How does it compare to Stormveil? I just talked about that like a few minutes ago. I think the level design's a little less intricate than Stormveil was. Stormveil really had that sort of Demon Souls, Dark Souls vibe of you know, interconnection and the shortcuts and how it all sort of looped on itself, which I thought was amazing. This feels a little more to me like the Bloodborne Dark Souls 3 school of design, right? A little bit more linear, but still super interesting. Still very, very nice level design in this area. Like the place is huge and there's a lot of different vibes, and it feels like a whole environment. Like Stormvale was mostly just a castle, right? This feels like, yeah, there's like an underground area with the wheel, and then you get the classrooms, you get the castle part. Like it's really freaking interesting. I enjoy exploring this place, but just on the level design, just on the layout, it's a little more linear than Stormvale. What do you think of them adding jump to this? I don't mind. I think it opens a lot of it opens a lot of doors exploration-wise. I'm not upset about it for sure. Some of my favorite exploration moments were jumping to places that it didn't feel like I was supposed to be able to jump to, right? Like I'm doing things and I'm like, it feels like I'm not supposed to be here. And then you find items and you're like, oh, never mind, I am. I love that. I love that feeling of, you know, feeling like you're getting out of bounds, but you're not. You're actually just making progress. Okay, is this the same tower as the one I was supposed to jump down? What's up, Anubis? I'm gonna have to jump down that top. I'm almost certain there's gonna be items on the way down. I made a bad decision, I think. I made a bad decision because I think there's gonna be some stuff to catch on the way down there. God damn it! So we'll have to try that again. Yeah, that's nice, Anubis. I hope you had a good time. Yeah, I don't think there's any way for me to go back up from here. Shit. Yeah, so I'll have to come back. God, that's annoying. That's on me though. I should have read the layout better. I could have known that I should have gotten down the chimney first. Because I'm sure there's a couple of items on the way down. I'm running low on flasks. Getting rough. What's up, Mega? Yeah, I know, Mega, but I'm usually trying to like really pay attention to like the order, like the layout, and to make sure I do things in the right order. So I'm a little upset because I even said I need to jump down and then I can come back up with the ladder. So I knew what the right way was. I just forgot about it for a second, and now here I am. How am I enjoying Stellar Blade? I wish I had more time to play it. I'm failing to make any progress in the game, but what I've played so far, I've really enjoyed. Okay, let's explore. It's okay, we'll come back and check the tower, but for now, let's explore forward. However, before we do that, I really need to open my window. I'm cooking in here, so sun's down. Everything's dark. Time to open the window. It's window time, everybody. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Not 1 second more. Thank you for being here. I hope you guys are having a good time. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Thank you for your patience. The thermometer in the room indeed said 35 degrees before I opened the window. 35 fucking degrees. Oh my god, dude. Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. I just need to check if there's... Oh, come on. You can't be serious. The forecast says there's gonna be rain in like an hour. Means I'm gonna have to close the window. This is the worst. Because, like, it's gonna rain, and so I have to close the window because it's a roof window. But I don't even get the benefit of it getting cooler. It's still gonna be 20 degrees during the night. I'm very annoyed. Let me look at the satellite animations. Actually, the forecast may be wrong. It doesn't look like the clouds are a bit... I don't know, whatever. We'll see what happens. If I panic and I suddenly have to go close the window, you'll know that it's because it's raining inside. Dialogues are a bit weird sometimes. Overall, really strong game. Yeah, I don't think Stellar Blade's story, at least so far, has been that good. It was pretty average. But yeah, I enjoy the game gameplay-wise. And I like collecting costumes for some reason. It's a fun part of the game. Oh. People pay good money to have a... Is that a mosquito? What are you, sir? Well, whatever you were, you are now puree. So, I don't know if it was a mosquito or a little gnat, but it's dead. Caught it mid-air. Like I'm the fucking Karate Kid or something. People pay good money for to have a sauna installed in their house, and you're complaining. It's different though, I feel. Wash your hands. I just used a napkin. Yeah, so I mentioned that in the past, but what my first long-term relationship back in my early 20s was with a girl that had a sauna, like her dad, who unfortunately passed away before I knew her, but her dad like installed a sauna in the house. I think that was his job, like he was installing saunas, and so they had a sauna in their basement. That was fun. I enjoyed having access to a sauna. We would, you know, use it quite often. Hitting the sauna in the winter and then jumping in the snow, you know. That was a cool, good time. And like the whole basement was designed around the sauna. Like you had the sauna and then you had like a nice chilled room with some little beds. And wait, where is that? Little beds and couches, and it was a good time. We would there was like a comic book collection down there, Belgian comic books, so we would just hit the sauna, then lay on the bed and just read comic books for hours. It was nice. It was a good time. Tintin. Yeah, there was some Tintins. I'm not a huge fan of Tintin too much, but some Torgal. I love Torgal. Asterisk. 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 That's the joke. It's Asterix. I confused myself with the name. Yeah, Tintin didn't age too well. That's an issue. But can't blame yourself when you were a kid for enjoying it, right? You just didn't know. Where the fuck is this? Oh, this is the Church of the Cuckoo at the beginning. Cool. Wait, so... You know what? Maybe I spoke too soon about the layout of this place. This shit is quite elaborate, turns out. How do I go down there? Okay, this is the side where it's coming out of. So it has to be, the opening has to be on this wall, I'm assuming. So it's west side, west wall. So confusing. It is. I'm trying. I'm working really hard to have like a clear mental picture right now. It takes a lot of effort. No fucking way! Fuck yeah, now I need to go to, what's his name? Thops, and give it to him. Well, you know what I mean. Abandoning their birthplace after the shattering, these undead wanderers are a pitiful product of an ending life. Of the wandering nobles, yeah. Abandoning their birthplace after the shattering, these undead wanderers are a pitiful product of an ending life. Okay, so they left the capital after the shattering and now score the lands, you know? That's pretty cool. What's up, Epato? How are you doing? Okay, let's be careful getting out of the menu there. You don't want to press back one too many times and just, you know, backdash to the floor. That'd be bad. Oh, hello? Oh my god. Oh my Jesus. We're getting tons of loot right now. Okay. Oh shit. What is happening in here? This guy looks like a page with the crossbow and it looks like yeah, it looks like the page, right? Crossbow and sword. And behind him seems to be one of those like graven bowls, you know, like all the fucking things that are being put together. Man, this seems like a whole fucking thing. Hold on. Yeah, one of those things, right? What's up, Shepherd? Trim, sorry. Okay, let's read those things. Lazuli Robe. The Lazuli Conspectus. Singular among the greater Braelicaria Academy. These scholars who sought to conquer, to master carrion sorcery, instead learned to see the moon as equals to the stars. This robe, in the hue of the full moon, signifies their heresy. Oh, interesting. A sword with a glintstone in its handguard, wielded by scholars of the Lazuli Conspectus who seek to master carrion sorcery. Apparently, once used as a staff of sorcery, this sword is made of wood. That seems less than ideal. I mean, it looks really cool, but made of wood? It does look awesome, though. Like, yeah. What a cool looking design. Hell yeah. If this was made of stone or, I don't know, like something more solid. Are you an enemy? Shattering crystal. Wood can be plenty solid. Yeah, but, you know. Creates a massive crystal, then shatters in a forward burst. The Crystallians are inorganic beings, yet they live. They cleave close to the ideals of the primeval current, and as such they are revered guests of the sorcerers. Okay, so there's a lot of lore to take notes of there. Crystallians. Shattering crystal sorcerer. They are inorganic beings, yet they live. Close to the ideals of the primeval current of the Academy. As such, are revered guests of the sorcerers. So I'm thinking the sorcerers that are studying the primeval current, we've heard mentions of them, right? Primeval sorcerer Lusat, yeah. The Graven School, primeval current of sorcery. Tried to collect sorcerer, fashions them in seeds of stars. So there seems to be like that primeval current. It seems to be one of the questionable ones, right? That is doing some weird experiments and trying to learn more about the crystals and all that. What's up, Zen? How are you doing? Curious about the overlay. I'm using a software called Scapple, and it's like a mind mapping software, but I'm using it a little differently. As far as the overlay, that's just OBS magic. I had to set that up myself, right, with the transparency and all that. So that's some homemade sort of, you know, implementation. But the software is Scapple. Yeah, it's pretty cheap, and it's a one-time payment, and I love using it for my writing work, so recommend it. I'm sure you can find better software though in this day and age, but maybe not for a one-time payment. A lot of software these days is like subscription and all that, so yeah. Yeah, I'm really intrigued by the whole primeval current and the Crystallians and all that stuff. I think there's something really interesting there. We found another conspectus though. The Lazuli Conspectus. I wonder how many of them there are. What does it say? Singular. Ah, game, please. Be nice. Singular among the greater Raelicaria. They sought to master carrion sorcery. Wait. These scholars who sought to master carrion sorcery instead learned to see the moon. Oh. I think I understand. Hold on. And so the moon as equal to the stars. Which is seen as heresy by the Academy. Led to the split with the Carians. So what I'm hearing here is the Carians obviously were venerating the moon, right? The Carian royals like Lunar, Queen Ranala, Princess Rani, whatever. Like all that family was clearly attached to the moon as, you know, being an important symbol. And it feels like the Academy was more focused on the stars. Stars first, moon second. But some of them, the Lazuli ones, saw the moon as equal to the stars, which was considered heretic. And this may have led to the Academy eventually being like, you know what, this is too much. The Carrion, their moon shit, you know, it diverts us from the truth of the stars or whatever. And so that's how they split with them and started warring with them, I guess. I don't know exactly how it all started, because the Carians were the leaders of the Academy for a while, but it could have been like a financial thing, right? Like the Carian had the money to finance the Academy, and that's maybe how they took control of it. Or maybe there was even a change in the Carian family over time. Maybe slowly the Carian family started to see more than just the stars, and specifically Renala's family maybe, like, or Renala specifically was attached to the moon more than anything, and maybe that led to a change which then made the Academy want to separate themselves from the Carians. I think there's something really interesting there, but I feel like I'm missing some context yet. We'll see. I'm sure I'll eventually learn more about it. What's up, Double? How are you doing? You're late because you had to watch the VOD from yesterday. That's fair. I hope it was enjoyable. Oh! Oh, that's an amazing shortcut. Oh my god, I'm so happy. Oh. What program am I using? I'm using Scapple. How's the Academy been treating me? Pretty good. I've been having a good time in the Academy so far. Oh, another one of those little dudes. The Twin Sage Glintstone Crown. Greatly increases intelligence to the detriment of HP and stamina. Scholar of the Twin Sage Conspectus, where the elites of the Academy permitted to study and excel in sorceries of all kinds. We've seen some of these. The two. We've seen the Twin Sage portrait, right? Those two nerds here, right? So this kind of confirms that those are indeed the faces of the different conspectuses. Love it. And we get one more. Twin Sage Conspectus. Elites of the Academy permitted to study and excel in sorceries of all kind. Am I being haunted? No, my window's open, and there's a chance it's gonna rain, and it's a roof window, so I need to be careful if I hear noises. I may need to close the window fast, but it seems like the predictions of the forecast has changed. We may escape the rain. The bestesses of the conspectuses. We need a scalpel command. That wouldn't do much since we don't have a bot. But you could argue that we may need a bot. I don't wanna. I don't wanna. I don't like having a bot. I know. It's terrible for my mods. So wait, the western wall is how you get out to that little location we've seen. Okay, hold on. There's an AI bot called Frosty. It's super creepy how much info it gets from chat. Yeah, I've seen Frosty in a few channels. I think it's funny. It's a fun way to sort of generate some form of engagement in your chat. I'm not a huge fan of it, but it's led to a few funny moments on the chats where I've seen it used. But yeah, I mean, it's... Here's the thing, though. The way I feel about it, Carissa, is Twitch chat is being recorded all the time anyway. Everything that's happening in Twitch chat is probably being saved by Amazon for whatever reason, right? Advertisement, that's the reason. So, you know, I think a bot like that is probably the least... the least offensive thing that could be done with your content or your data, right? All right, you and me, Paige. Oh my god, that hurts. Oh, I'm so dead. Yep. Fucking hell. Brutal. Okay. I do feel like quickly going to Thops and give him the key. Let me think. I typically don't like teleporting away. Sort of breaks my immersion a little bit, but in this case, I feel like... Because I feel like he wants to access the academy, right? So I feel like... there may be some things with him later in the academy. Quest-wise. So let's... I'm gonna go give him the... I need to open my mind a little bit more to teleporting for quest purposes, I think.
Dock the sea ready to make...
Because if he wants to get into the academy and there's something more I need to do with him in there, I don't want to have to go all the way back to the academy later, right? If I can avoid it.
Back to learn another. Of course.
I'm back to give you a glintstone. Give a scroll. Oh, wait. I did find a scroll, didn't I? But I was giving them to Selen. Let me check on Selen real quick. Yeah, I think as long as my like teleports are just for like specific tiny locations like that, and I'm not using them to like break the exploration, I think it's fine. Just I go somewhere, quickly do a thing, and then I go back and from the place where we stopped.
There you are.
I think it's not gonna break my immersion too much.
Shall we commence the...
Oh my god, how am I supposed to... Okay. Who do I want to give it to then? Because this could be a thing that maybe changes the... I am more interested in Selen than I am in Thops. I will say that. From like a lore perspective. I'll give it to her.
Is that a scroll? Takes me back to my academy days. Very well. This is sorcery with which I'm not entirely unfamiliar. I'll be sure to incorporate it into one of your lessons. Never lose that inquisitive spirit, my apprentice.
I just thought about something. What if Selen's the lady on the picture? before she was, you know, like banished and all that.
There you are. Shall we commence?
Let's see. Kind of nice haircut. She has like a crown of what's it called? Like the thing that Julius Caesar had around his head. Seems to have a little bit of a thing like that, and then crystals on top of it. I mean, it does kind of look like her. Except, you know, laurels. Yeah, a crown of laurels. It does kind of look like the mask. I mean, although the mask is not necessarily of hers, right? But it's the mask of her, it's the mask of her school, her conspectus, right? Like, it is similar, right? Yeah, and then the nose, the like overall shape, the hair even a little bit. It does seem similar. I think that there's a link there. I'm not sure it's her, right? She's likely not wearing her own face, but come on, show me. Oh, I think actually the head disappears under the mask. That's funny, like model-wise. Makes sense. That would be clipping otherwise, probably, but. No, I don't think she is Tixar. For a second, it took me a while to like actually get the correct thought process, which is that she's wearing the mask of her conspectus, not her own face. Symbol of triumph, yeah. So whatever conspectus the lady was, maybe we'll get to learn. She was part of that before she became the Graven Witch and, you know, started doing heretic stuff. Let's give that other key to Thops and then go back to the academy.
Back to learn another? Why, of course. Are you certain you're willing to give your glintstone key to me?
Sure.
My, oh my.
My, oh my.
Thank you. Thank you dearly. Now I can go back to the academy to resume my study of glintstone sorceries. And the very stars.
Oh, he's so happy about it. Erudition. A new
Back to learn another. Why, of course.
But the glintstone key.
Thank you dearly. With your blessing, I will depart for the Academy of Rhea Lucaria. Perhaps one day you'll pay me a visit. Who knows? I may be a decorated sorcerer by then.
I'm not. I don't know about that. The place is a little bit in disarray, but.
Thank you, dear. With you a blessing, perhaps. Who knows?
Erudition. Oh. When did we have a conversation about erudition? I think it was here. Hold on. We had a conversation about erudition in here. Erudition Guide D. Oh! Is that a thing? Oh, never mind. That is crazy. Is this the first time we've gotten something out of an emote? No, we had the snapping fingers for Blade. What's up, Aninis? What's the best weapon for a bleed build? I would recommend a weapon that has bleed buildup on it. I think that's a good start. I don't know. I cannot answer your question, unfortunately. I do not know. So the problem is, we've already been up there. I found another way in. So this is kind of lame. I just jumped from the, you know, the sides there. Oh well. Hey, I appreciate the game for offering a variety of options to reach certain things. I think that's cool. Oh yeah, I thought that was the way, that was the intended way, yeah. So is the, did I not wait? Because when I used it in front of Thups, it didn't feel like, but maybe I didn't wait long enough? Is it always doing the arms open thing? Oh, it is, okay. Cool. Shit, okay, nice. So Thups is now gone. We'll have to find him in the academy. Where was I? We were in the debate parlor, weren't we? Yep. I have 20k. Souls on me. I need to make sure I get there. There's a part of me that wants to check the tower that I failed to check, but the way to get there is... Oh wait, no, I can avoid most of the sorcerers actually going down there. You know one thing that blows my mind more than people coming in chats to ask questions? Is that they never say hi, they never say thank you. It's literally, you know... I don't know what's up with that. I would blame ChatGPT because people are used to not having to be polite with, you know, whatever they're asking questions to. But I think that happened before those days. I think people are just rude. They have no sense of, you know... civility, courtesy, decorum, whatever you want to call it. Sometimes I think it's bots trying to get answers from humans. That's so weird though. Why would that be a thing? Oh my god, that thing hurts. Oh my god, I'm so dead. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I hate this. Dude, when these things get going, it's unstoppable. Like, they do not stop until you're broken and dead. What's up, Make It? How are you today? What's up, Spiked Floors? Alright, there go almost 30k souls. It's fine, it's not even a level. I'm over leveled anyway, it doesn't matter. Ow. I got slammed by a book. That's amazing. The dude just slammed me with his book. Knowledge is power, that's true. They're not seeing it as a social interaction. They want to get the information and ditch. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I don't understand it. I don't get it. I'm old. If I get into a chat, the first words out of my mouth are going to be hi. Or maybe a joke, if appropriate. Maybe, you know, if there's a joke to be made or a funny little comment, maybe I'll make that. But then the next words outside of my mouth are going to be hi when the person acknowledges my joke, right? It tried to headbutt me, that's kind of funny. Oh god. Yep. Yeah, Bubble, that's funny. English second language? Yeah, but you don't need to speak English well to say hi. I don't think. If your English is good enough to ask a question, such as what is the best weapon for a bleed build, you are definitely good enough to say hi. Like your English level is, you know. Spending all brain power composing the question. I don't know. I don't know if I buy that as an excuse. But I'm an old man. You know, politeness, decorum, those are things I care about. Ugh! Oh my god. Alright, I can finally go down there. I'm so happy. Something's trying to shoot me. I am so happy that I can go down there now. Even if I find nothing, my brain will feel so much better. My brain was legitimately restless from knowing that I missed this spot earlier. So even if it does... Oh, well, there you go. Am I gonna get another conspicuous crown? Come on, game. Yeah, there it is, the Lazuli Glintstone Crown. God, I love this. This is so cool. One of the Glintstone Crowns bestowed upon Rhea Lucaria scholar whose pursuit were deemed worthy, increases intelligence and dexterity to the detriment of HP. Scholars of the Lazuli Conspectus study carrion sorceries, a heterodox pursuit that views the moon as equals to the stars. I like the word heterodox. That's unusual. I think it's a good use of the word. No new information, but again, I'm always happy to find more of these. What does heterodox mean? It's the opposite of orthodox, right? Like it means it's like a synonym for unorthodox. It's unusual, opposed to like the norm, I guess. I would need to actually Google a proper definition to heterodox. Not conforming with accepted or orthodox standards of belief. Yep, that's the idea. Yeah. Yeah, I think most people don't read the tags of the channel, or the thought process doesn't go that far. The thought process is you know, there's enough viewers to have people who will know, but not enough that my question will go unread, right? I think that's kind of the idea in this case. Yo, Kinetic Ghost with the thick, massive, throbbing raid. I appreciate that. That's a huge raid over there. Kinetic Ghost. Welcome in, everyone. KG raid. I appreciate it. What's up, Nella? What's up, Davis? What's up, Moldy Mealworm? I don't like that name very much. What's up, You Do? What's up, TM Run? How are you guys doing? Harmonious Crow. Welcome in. Welcome in. No one does. Listen. You've made your bed with a name like that. You knew what you were doing, obviously. On my first playthrough of the DLC, hell yeah, hell yeah. I don't think I'm anywhere near the DLC yet. I'm not sure. I don't know the details of anything. But yeah, we're currently in the Academy of Raya Lucaria, so I'm not very far in the game, even though we have been in this playthrough for 214 hours. It's a whole thing. But yeah, welcome in, everyone. I appreciate the raid very much, Kinetic Ghost. I will make sure to... hold on, I need to open a tab with your channel so I can go check that out later. Kinetic Ghost Twitch. There you go. I'm gonna go watch your content a little bit. Although I need to be careful because I don't want to spoil myself to anything, of course. But I'll, you know, I'll take a look-see at your about section and all that, I guess. But yeah, thank you for bringing your people over. I hope you are enjoying the video game. I'm assuming it was just a random raid in the directory. Always a good way to find new people. I appreciate it very much. Thank you so much. Yeah, so my name's Daniel. You know, I'm the slowest player on Twitch TV. Scientifically proven, peer-reviewed, that I'm the slowest player on Twitch. We joke about that, but it's actually true. There was a study made around Until Dawn, the video game, and the choices people were making, and I was an outlier in the way the things were happening because of the time I was taking to progress through the game and make decisions and all that. So it was a whole thing. We had a lot of fun about that when it was brought to our attention. What's up, Patrick? How are you doing? KG was playing Elden Ring and my request was to raid someone else playing it. So here we are. Hey, I appreciate that, TM Run. Thank you for thank you for pointing in my general direction. I appreciate that very much. Thanks. So yeah, I'm slowest player on Twitch. I'm also a published writer. I have a couple novels out there in French, which is my native language. So yeah, we like playing games slowly and having conversations, and oh, we like taking notes. You guys need to see the notes. We do like taking notes around here. Hold on, let me. My game doesn't want to work. Thank you. I do have a few notes on Elden Ring as I'm playing along. All organized by regions, characters, locations, factions. There's screenshots of stuff. Yeah, it's a whole thing. 600 notes so far. We're getting close to 10,000 words, I think. Oh my god, I'm getting killed! Oh my god! Oh, I'm dead. Never mind. And now you understand why this is taking me so long. So yeah, we're taking those to try to understand the lore and all of that. You know, it's a whole thing. Hold on, actually, I think because I wanted to check the tower. That was the main reason for me to go back to the roofs. Now I think that's good. I think we're good. I want to go back to the classroom. No, not the classroom. The school. The church. Jesus. I want to go back to the Church of the Cuckoo. So I think I'm gonna backtrack rather than go all the way through the fucking. Oh, and actually that might have been a bad idea. There's a lot of sorcerers on the way there. But I want to go back to the Church of the Cuckoo because I need to kill that page again and try to get in that side room, and we have a shortcut. I guess there's a point in backtracking anyway. Maybe, what's his name? Could be over here somewhere. Tubbs, now that we gave him the key, you know, may want to look around for him. This is bad. Yeah, this is very bad. What's up, Luminary? How are you doing today? Dude, I don't even know what they're doing. It's just... They're not... They don't see me anymore and they're still spamming. I feel like I'm playing Tekken against a Warong player. They just never stop attacking. They just really like to cast spells. I know. They didn't come to the academy to, you know... They didn't come to the academy to read books, these two. They came here to cast spells. Oh my god, I'm so dead. Yeah. Oh my god, there's 3 of them. That's how you play Elden Ring. You should play Elden Ring exactly how you want. There's no rule. I'm a big defender of everyone's autonomy. My playstyle doesn't have to be anyone else's. What's up, Ash? Like, how are you doing? They're having a jamming session with spells. Honestly, it sounds like it. For sure. Oh, jeez, that was overwhelming. Okay, let's... I wouldn't be surprised if little boy Thops is somewhere in one of those secret rooms. Right? That would kind of make sense, I think. Like, if he was going to the academy, and like, you know, he's going to the academy if you want to find him, it's likely that he would be hiding behind a secret door, because then it means, you know, you have to... There's a chance you will find him later by finding secrets. You should see KG's HP bar. It goes from the left side to the almost to the right side. I respect it. It probably has more fun than I do playing the game. He doesn't get one shot by everything. I respect it. Dual wielding ladles? That's amazing in Dark Souls 2. I didn't realize you could get more than one ladle. Maybe NG+? I don't know. Yo, what's up? My name is Cold. Your name is Cold. It just was. Hope you're well. Thank you for thinking the stream is chill. It is most of the time. That is true. You can get more than once. You have the stats. You can power stance. Dual ladles sounds like a good time. That's true. What kind of weapon is Kinetic? I don't know if Kinetic Ghost is still here or if he's taking care of himself after the stream. What kind of weapon are we looking at? No names, of course, because it could be a spoiler. But like, what type of weapon? This is chat. Your health bar is so too short, you're dying too fast, but then your health bar is too long, it's not challenging enough. That is a good description of Twitch, chat. I would agree. Listen, one thing that I've learned, and I'm sure so did you, over the time of doing this, is Twitch chat does not know what they want. They don't. They really don't. They think they do. They have no idea. Using a giant anchor? Do I have a giant anchor? Let's see. That one? Hell yeah. I respect it. I respect it. Let me check the moveset for a sec. I'm pretty sure I played with it the day I found it, but that was like 2 months ago. Like, what do I remember? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's nice. Oh yeah. Yeah, I can see the appeal, for sure. I used to be a teacher, yeah. I'm not anymore. I haven't been teaching for 6 years at this point. But I used to be. Okay, I will say one of the places where I expected to find the guy would have been in the school, because, you know, he said he was gonna come back here to study, so... What age? 10 to 12 was my my age range. Yeah. The end of, like, primary school in Switzerland was my age range. Such a great age to get their first smartphones, get addicted to TikTok. Yeah, I don't think it was never too... How did I miss that? Wasn't it? Oh. Of course, Kinetic Ghost. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you again for the raid. I appreciate that. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks again for the raid. I'll make sure to check you out in the future. Appreciate you. Is he dead? Why is he dead? How did you die? So it is interesting because my intuition was correct. He said he was coming here to study, and he was pretty close to the classroom, right? I'm just sad that he died. Thub's bell bearing, the Gleanstone staff, and Thub's barrier. I have several of those, so that's not special. Offer to the Twin Maiden Husks to gain access to new items. Lifelong pursuit of Thub's the Bluntstone. Creates a magic force field that deflects sorceries and incantations. Hold to continuously create barriers. Future generations will learn. They will know the foolishness of the sneering sorcerers who ridicule this theory, little realizing that it was in fact a discovery worthy of a new conspectus of the Academy. Oh, interesting. What? How did he die, though? Did he just randomly fall dead after... After I gave him the second key I found, I discovered his dead body near the classroom. He had finished creating Tubbs's barrier, a lifelong pursuit of his that he hoped would be recognized and lead to the creation of a new conspectus. Clearly, that never happened. How did he die? Was he just done after fulfilling his dream? So there's a really interesting question here that I'm, did he come back to the academy to fulfill his purpose? He felt like this was his great purpose, right? Because people made fun of him and he was stuck outside the academy before he could prove them wrong, so he just wanted to come back, prove them wrong by finishing creating the spell, and then he was like, well, the academy's dead anyway, everyone's fucking, dead, and the place is in disarray, might as well off myself, right? Maybe that's what happened here. Or maybe someone murdered him, but it feels more like he just gave up, right? He was like, yeah, I'm just done. I've done my, I've accomplished what I needed to. My life is complete. Or maybe the experiments that he needed to do were enough to, maybe his body was weak. I don't know. It's really weird. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of feel bad for him, but oh well. What's this software you're using for the notes? Yeah, Scapple. The $10 gave you the link. It's a mind map software. Pretty simple, pretty cheap. And then the way it's integrated with my OBS, that's just stuff that I've done myself, like the transparency and the coming down and all that. That's just my OBS magic, right? The software will not look like that out of the box, but it's pretty flexible, so. Yeah. As a German, would it be helpful for a career to move to Switzerland? I don't know. I have no idea. I'm completely outside of the, the normal workforce in Switzerland, right? I'm not even sure how the German part of Switzerland works. I have some family there, but I live in the French part. I don't speak German. I mean, I guess you could make more money, right? I guess the salaries in Switzerland are good, but then life is more expensive as well, so. I don't know. I can't tell you. Listen, I've always done some weird kind of out of the system stuff. I've spent very little time working inside the system, so I'm not the person to ask. I've legitimately haven't had a single job interview in my entire life, so I really can't help there. That is true, make it. What's up, Filthy? What do? I stream and I write books. Not so much these last few years, but it's still part of my revenue. I have 2 books out there and I stream. Before that I was a teacher, which, is kind of outside the system anyway. You don't really have a boss. I never had an interview, right? I just applied at a school and they wanted a man teacher because there wasn't any other ones in the school, and I got hired. Literally. I did not have to really, I didn't have an interview. I legitimately dropped my resume and my, I applied to the thing. They phoned me literally hours later. They were like, yeah, we want you. And I was like, okay, cool. And then I moved from school to school, just internal sort of stuff. Never had to apply anywhere. And before that, I mean, I had a few a few retail jobs when I was studying. I had a few retail jobs, but I never really had a job interview for that. It was just like I had friends working in a store, and I was like, "Hey, think I could apply?" And they were like, "Sure." And then I applied, and the boss was like, "Oh, you're friends with the crew there?" And I was like, "Yeah." Fine. Can you start Monday? And I'm sure. I never. I was really always kind of outside of the system. So. Which is not a great thing, by the way. Like, if one day I have to apply to jobs and actually have job interviews, I will be very much not prepared for that. But oh well. I don't think I'm. I don't know. I've always thought I wasn't. I'm not. I don't have the personality to have a normal job, I don't think. I always felt like I wouldn't be able to hold a normal job for a very long time. Thank you, Anubis, for $5. Dan makes money like this. I like what you just did. Here's money. Thank you, Anubis. I appreciate that. Yeah, the semi-interview when you were pitching the book. Yeah, but that's different. I don't feel like that compares very well. Pitching a book or presenting a book to a publisher is a very different thing than actually applying for it. Like, what I mean by that is I would be very bad at applying for a normal, like, corporate environment or, you know. It's just not in my personality, I don't think. I don't have to. Hopefully I will never have to, but... Oh my god. Oh god. Oh, this is bad. Oh, torch! Torch! I have a torch! This is so nice. Just brandish the torch and they leave you alone. Beautiful. But yeah, I don't know. Whoever asked the question about like Switzerland, I'm not sure. Yeah. Nicht immer Chris. I don't know. But regardless, I hope you find an answer for yourself. Well, okay, I'm just gonna go back to the cuckoo now because my only reason that I was really looking at everything when I was backtracking was because of tops, but we found tops, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. Not all fire B-side. This is a specific torch. The beast repellent torch. It's a specific one. Yeah. Yep. Which you can find... Where did I find this one? It was a merchant in Caelid, I think. It was a merchant in one of the... It was the shack in Dragon Barrow. The nearest shack to the Divine Tower is where I found it. I'm pretty sure. My memory serves. Okay, we're back here. Cool. But see, I guess this is a perfect illustration of what I always say about backtracking. Right? I do enjoy backtracking instead of teleporting. Just for the purpose of looking around and maybe finding more stuff. Like, I wouldn't have found tops if I just teleported back there, right? So when you have a good reason to in this game, I think it's a good idea to backtrack. Oh, I'm so dead. What's up, Reaper? How are you doing today? Game's going well, thank you. It's been a pretty good day today. We had some fun making summons fight against random enemies. We had some interesting discoveries, some good exploration, good lore. Yeah. So my memory can be alright, Senaya, but it can also be pretty bad. I think I have decent short-term memory. Especially when I'm taking notes and everything, I'm much more present, right? Like the fact that I'm taking all those notes makes me a lot more focused on what I'm learning and all that. But anything that I'm not too focused on, or if I have a lot on my mind or whatever, or if I'm anything long term, I tend to forget stuff pretty quickly. Like Nasrallah sometimes is like, oh, the other day I was talking about that with Daniel, and then I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about. I literally have no idea. 3 days later, he's mentioning something on his stream, and I'm like, I have no clue what you're referring to. It's like 3 days later. Because, you know, I'm not like full focus or anything. So this has to be the secret wall, right? No? Huh. Because I've said, like, west side of the fucking church, there's a thing there. Oh, there it is! Never mind, wrong side. Fuck yeah. How did I not find that the first time I was here? I thought I hit every wall, clearly I didn't. Yeah, so we saw that one from up there, right? And so I knew it was on the west side of the church. Really cool. I'm playing without upgrading health, yeah. I think it makes the game more interesting. Because it forces me to focus on the movesets and learn the fights and all that. Oh, it's a rune arc. Well, that's not too great. But hey, we'll take it. We'll take it. 2800 hours, I haven't seen that. Yeah, I saw it from up there, right? I was looking down and you could see the item. I sort of figured it had to be a secret wall, probably. I'm baffled that I never hit that wall before, because I tend to, you know, just hit every wall. Yeah, it's just a rune arc. It doesn't seem like a big deal. Oh god, more of these. Oh god, this is awful. Okay, never mind. I remember the anxiety you were here and missed the wall. You checked 80% of it, but not this one. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know. It's sometimes you know, I'm obviously quite meticulous and all that, and I like being methodical and all, but I will sometimes miss the most random things. That's something I know about myself. I think a lot of it is also because I'm like watching chat very often when I'm doing that kind of stuff, right? So I'm like looking at chat and I'm not, you know, sometimes missing a few things that are maybe obvious. But that's sort of the trade-off you get for streaming, I guess. Nice. Oh, come on, give me the crit. Oh my god. Okay. So the page, we know the pages are here to protect and assist the noble they are assigned to, right? That's something we learn on the travel at the side of the noble he served. Why is he guarding this place? This clearly feels like a place where the Graven people, like the people doing the Graven stuff, you know, trying to do that experiment with the, what's it called again? Talisman, where is it? There. A school of Graven mages, the nightmare of the academy. Primeval current is a forbidden tradition of Glintstone sorcery. So I'm pretty sure this was a hidden spot where they were doing those studies. This could be, in fact, Selen's study, right? It could be where Selen was doing her studying and her experiments on that shit, right? Is the item we're about to recover here linked to Selen somewhere? That would confirm the theory. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is the room where she did all her experimenting and eventually did the thing that, you know, got her to be expelled. This is so creepy. What is the item? I don't know. I'm about to find out. Azur's Glintstone Staff. Okay. Staff of the primeval glintstone sorcerer Azur. Only those who have glimpsed what lies beyond the wisdom of stone may wield it. Reduces casting time of all sorceries, consumes additional FP. Okay, Azur. The Lazuli Conspectus, right? No. The Corolos Conspectus. The comet. Yeah, studying the comets. One of the greatest. Oldest Academy's lineage. Yeah, the oldest one, actually. Hold on. This is interesting. Azur's Glintstone Staff. Primeval Sorcerer Azur. Glimpsed what lies beyond the wisdom of stone. Just like our boy Lusat. Where's Lusat again? Is he in Kaled? Yeah, here. So I'm starting to get an idea here. Hold on. Does this app have a search option? It does, yeah. I didn't stop using it. I used it earlier today. But since I organized my notes, if I know where something is, I'm just gonna move there, right? Rather than search it. Because the problem is the names, you know, the names are starting to be all over the place. So if I know I want to see a specific entry, in this case the character entry, I'll just look for it. What's up, K-Mine? How are you doing today? Like, I'm playing Outer Wilds. Outer Wilds is one of my favorite games of all time, along with Disco Elysium. So I very much vibe with that comparison. Outer Wilds was such a fantastic game. How are you, K-Mind? I hope you've been well. I mean, I hope you are well. I'm not... I've said that like we knew each other. I don't think I'm familiar with you. I'm sorry if we've met before on Twitch. I see you have your little check mark, so, you know, we may have met somewhere. Not sure. I don't think we've met. Well met, yeah. Well, hey, nice to see you. Face to chat. I'm stealing that one from someone. I thought it was a good one. Face to chat. Oh, you came here with the Kinetic Ghost raid. Hell yeah. Very good. Good people. So yeah, well, I was thinking about that theory of Lusat was also called a primeval sorcerer, I believe. Let me check his staff. Primeval Glintstone Sorcerer. But I thought the Primeval Current was bad. Didn't they say something about how the Primeval Current was primeval? Close to the ideals of the Primeval Current. Primeval Current of Sorcery. Graven School. Actually, maybe not. I think my only link that it was maybe bad was because it was mentioned with the Graven School, which, you know, maybe the Graven School's not bad by default, but the what they made of it, like Selene specifically, maybe that's bad. Okay, I need to write something in the random theories. Maybe the Primeval Current isn't bad in itself, but it's what they, including Selene, did with it and their experiments. It seems like most Conspectus's leaders are called Primeval Sorcerers because they glimpsed beyond the wisdom of stones. They find something more in the cosmos, some greater power, old ones. You know, I'm thinking like there's something Lovecraftian to this almost, right? Did that drive them mad? Did that lead to the weird experiments? Is that a positive title? Once you reach a certain level of mastery. Lots of mysteries there. I'm not entirely sure. I'll put it in the open questions, I guess. What's up, Rudra? How are you doing? I need to play Disco Elysium one day. Didn't fully get into it. It can be a hard game to get into it, for sure. I think it's worth it, though. We're in the academy, yeah, Radra. I see in your bio that you're a published sci-fi fantasy writer, and it links to your book somewhere. You can Google my name and you'll find me, probably. Especially, I see you speak French, so you will be able to read them. I'm sure they're available in Canada, in Quebec. They're probably not going to be in libraries stocks anymore because they came out a while ago, right? And I don't think Quebec was part of my main market for selling. I don't think my publisher's pretty big there. So you probably won't find them in stock, but I'm sure if you hit like a French library, you can have them order it. Or you can find it on Amazon, you know. It's available everywhere you can find French books, at least on order, if not in stock, right? I'm sure some libraries in France still have it in stock, but probably not in Quebec. It's been a few years now that they've released, so yeah. But if you search for my name, you'll find it. Yes, Anaya. I don't know, Ashlike. I'm not sure. I don't know what it means. I think it's mostly just a flavor thing for the amount of intelligence it requires. But if it means something else, I don't want anyone to tell me anything. In fact, we shouldn't be even... For future reference, those kinds of questions sometimes will get deleted in this chat because it can be considered sort of potentially leading to speculation and all that, right? We're really trying to... That's a big thing on our channel here, is that we're trying to have chat not influence the playthrough as much as possible, right? No speculation, no, you know. It could be, you could be right accidentally, right? So to speak. So we're trying to be careful. Not interested in an English translation? Oh, I mean, it's not up to me to be interested or not. I don't own the rights to my books. My publisher does. So, if they find a translation deal, I'm sure they'll do it, but it's, you know, it's not something that's easy to find. That's fucked. No, it's not. That's how the publishing industry works. Same reason why From Software doesn't own the rights to Dark Souls. Bandai Namco does. It is publishing. Yeah. That's the point of a contract. A publishing contract, you sell your rights away to the publisher, and then they exploit your book, and you get royalties off of it, right? That's the whole point. That's how it works. Doesn't mean it isn't fucked. That's true. In this case, I don't think it's fucked. I think it makes sense. The publisher, you know, wants the rights to be able to exploit the book the way they want to. It's a legal thing, right? Otherwise, the publisher would expose themselves to, well, typically, great example here. If I kept the rights to my book when I make a deal with them, I could translate it myself and start selling it, which would be terrible for them, you know? It would be terrible. It's a lot less revenue that they can, you know, maybe generate from the rights, yeah. But I mean, listen, I'm not saying that there's no downsides to it, and I'm not saying the publishing industry couldn't work differently. It could. But, you know. You have to remember one thing. When I sign my contract with my publisher, right? Not only do I get their entire marketing engine, their expertise, their distribution network, I also get their editors working with me on my book at no cost of mine whatsoever, right? I can work with I'm able to work with an editor and get all the fucking work that's done. My book came out 10 times better than it would have been if I worked on it by myself. You get all the benefits from signing with a publisher. I would not have sold 100 books if I self-published and if I tried to do it by myself. No way in hell. So, you know, there's definitely a lot of advantages of taking advantage of like traditional publishing. Is your book completed? What does that mean? I have 2 books out there. Infamous. I don't have another one really actively in the works right now. Oh yeah, Ridra, of course. They want to be able to control the winner. Musicians used to be treated like slaves, and now it's much better with people being able to upload their music to Spotify and whatnot. I think there's definitely cons to that. As someone who worked in that industry as well, there's definitely cons, but I think there's a lot of bands that get to be known right now thanks to social media and all that. And using like Spotify and all, but there's also bands that would thrive in the traditional industry and don't because they're stuck with like the sort of self-publishing perspective of trying to make their own stuff, being known on themselves. Also, someone who can upload stuff to Spotify and all that, most of them will never have anyone listen to their music. Right. And if you actually want to get out there and have, you know, like sort of some sort of visibility, you need to do all the marketing work yourself. It's an insane amount of work. That alone is, in my opinion at least, worth selling your rights away to like a major publisher and having them do that work. Because they want to sell your shit, so they're going to do all the marketing and all that. I think it's not as simple as it's better or it's worse. I totally understand self-publishing. I know a lot of people who do that, both in music and literature. There's definitely a lot of pluses on that, but I also know a lot of people who started in self-publishing, barely sold anything, and then were like, I'm so tired of doing my own marketing. I'm going to sign with a traditional publisher, and suddenly their sales skyrocketed, and now they can make a living out of their books. And they weren't able to do that before, even though they own their rights and all that. So I don't think it's just as simple as, you know, it's not like a black or white thing, definitely. It's a case-by-case situation. So yeah, I don't... And I'm not... And listen, Salachi, to be clear, I'm not saying people aren't getting exploited. A lot of them are. But I think those are also outliers. Like people that are really getting exploited by their publishers in bad ways, right? It exists, both in literature and, again, music. Especially like agents usually are the problem there. Not necessarily the publishers themselves, but the agents are where it gets iffy often. I've found a lot of like horror stories with agents exploiting their clients, but that's a whole other conversation, I think. But yeah, I think those are more than likely, like more often than not, they're a minority. Most of the bands I've worked with and I've seen and I've been friends with were all extremely happy with their traditional, you know, labels and being part of that structure rather than doing all their marketing themselves. So I'm a bit of an idealist. No, I get you. I understand. In a perfect world, the publisher would do the work and make the money and they would not need to own your rights. That's a perfect world and it would be great. But with the way the world works right now and copyright laws and everything, they would get absolutely fucked. Like a publisher would have no incentive of exploiting your work if they didn't own the rights. They would get absolutely fucked. Because like, and just a simple example, right? And it's just an example, right? Anecdotal. But let's say my French publisher does all the work and my books become somewhat famous and I get an award for it and I get all that nice publicity, and then suddenly an English publisher contacts me directly and they're like, hey, we would like to translate your book and release it in English countries. Are you okay with that? And I'm like, sure, because I own my rights, I can do that. And then my publisher, who did all the work to make me what I am, gets completely ignored, right? All the work that they've done, and it's a lot, believe me. 50% of the work on the text itself was done after I signed the contract with the editor from the, you know, my publishing house. It's a massive amount of work. So all the work that they've done to make the book that good gets completely ignored because of that, right? Now, obviously you could redesign the way contracts work and you know, have like a clause that says I retain the rights, but if I sign a deal with a blah blah blah, they get to get a percentage. But I think it's more than just tradition at this point. It's more than just it always worked like that, so it's gonna keep working like that. I definitely think there's some like copyright laws, like loopholes and shenanigans that make that impossible. I'm not an expert on the law aspect of it, but I'm fairly sure I've read some shit about, you know, how basically the law locks everything in this system, which is unfortunate. And I'm not saying laws shouldn't be redesigned. Maybe they should, right? But it's a very complicated situation that unfortunately, you know, prevents some of that idealistic view that I share that with you, Salachi. Don't get me wrong. You've been around for a little while. You know how I feel about a lot of the artistic stuff and all that. I'm very much someone who would argue in favor of the artists every time. But I think unfortunately in the case of copyrights, it's a very complex and layered legal situation that I think at the end of the day the publishers are protecting themselves, and that's pretty much it. Now, don't get me... Is it to their advantage financially? Yes, sure. But, you know. That's more of a side effect, I guess. What I'll say, and that's my personal experience, is a lot of publishers in literature, and that's where I was going, Credo. A lot of publishers in literature that I know, especially like on the French market, I don't know how it is in the US, but on the French market at least, are very, very willing to take risks on new authors that have absolutely no renown whatsoever. They have their big sellers that they make a lot of money on, and then they reinvest that money on a lot of new authors. There's constantly new authors coming out. And I think that's something that also needs to be acknowledged, like, and praised. They're really taking risks. They're really trying to make new authors. And of course they have a benefit to it, right? Of course, if someone blows up, they make a lot of money off of them. But I think, you know, the way they assume the risk and all the costs of productions and all the editorial work and, again, all of that shit, they assume all the cost, all the risk. I think it makes sense for them to, you know, want to make money off of it if it works out, right? So, but, you know. Anyway, I'm not, you know, I don't want to rant about this for an hour, but I just wanted to bring a little more nuance to the idea of, which I understand. Again, I very much understand the perspective that it seems weird to, you know, work so hard on your art and then you just sign the rights away. I understand how weird it sounds. It comes off as, you know, sort of unfair to the artist. I get it, but I like to bring a little more nuance to the whole thing, because yeah, it's not always just bad. And listen, you know me, I like screaming about publishers and saying that they are the death of many artistic industries, including gaming. But I don't think the problem is on the selling your rights away thing. I think the problem happens when publishers completely disregard the artistic side of things and just focus on the money-making aspect. You know, releasing games before they're finished, like forcing the release of games before the dev's done with it, or imposing shit on the devs for financial reasons, like microtransactions and all that shit. That's the problem. Those are the things I have issues. That's fucked up, right? But anyway, I don't know. Maybe I need to question my feelings there. Maybe I'm a lot more forgiving with book publishers than I am with gaming publishers. Maybe I'm unfair. Maybe I'm being a hypocrite. I don't know. Investing in new talents makes sure stuff doesn't stagnate. That's true. I'm just perennially distrustful of companies. I'm right there with you, Salachi. I am right there with you. And I'm sure a lot of my perspective on publishers when it comes to books is because I've had such a great experience with mine. And they were so helpful and so just gave me a ton of freedom. You know, they commissioned an artist for the cover of my first book. And I saw the first render of the cover, and I was like, I do not like it at all. It doesn't feel like the book I wrote. And that's all I said. And the publisher was like, you know what? How do you, like, what do you see? if you think about what the cover of your book should be. And I, I was like, since I was asked, I gave them a general idea of how I envisioned it and all of that. And then they contacted the artist, and they sort of transferred my ideas to the artist. And the artist came up with the cover that it is currently the cover of the book. And I love it. It's amazing. And I thought that was really cool because contractually, I don't have a say on my cover. It's not part of my, benefits. The cover, that's their job, the publisher's job, right? It's their product. It's the one they're selling. They know what's best for it. That's, they're part of the job. But they still asked for my opinion, and they took it into account, and I was very impressed, very, very surprised. And the editorial work was amazing. They gave me enough time, to do everything that I needed. There was no pressure. Wonderful experience. Paid for my travels when I had to go to like a convention at some point when the book released, and the convention couldn't pay for it. Yeah, the yellow one was the one that I had a say in it. I do like the other one better though. I think, well, I mean, I have different attachments to those covers, but the second one is a different artist. I saw the first sketch of it and I was like, this is amazing. No notes. I really love the second one. The other book, the blue one, is the one that got the award. It's definitely the more successful of the two. But I have a special thing for the first one. Nothing replaces your first one. What's up, robots? How are you doing today? So yeah, obviously if I had a worst experience with my publisher, I'm sure I'll have a very different perspective overall. So I get you, Salachi. And 9 times out of 10, I'd be right there with you screaming at the fucking capitalists. No, I just, I just want to make sure you don't feel your opinion is being dismissed or... What the f... Oh my god! I don't know how I dodged that. That was... I dodged on vibes there. I'm surprised it didn't hit me. I was just trying to get out of the way. Hold on. What is happening here? Ah, I see. I'm assuming that's a sorcery trap or of some kind. 5-5 Academy, the classrooms are a little trash, but the pinball machines are crazy. What's up, Matt Can? How are you doing today? You've been noticed and notified, so it appears. Have I forgotten something on the side path? No, I think I've seen everything. We went down back to the chimney, connected back to the church. I feel like I missed something. It's a little too late now. Let's find a shortcut. There has to be a shortcut from here to there, through that tunnel there. Let's find a shortcut and then we'll... Oh my lord! And then we'll address the roof situation. I think I may have seen everything on the roofs, but... I'm worried that there's I do not like this very much. Yeah, Very good construction on the railings. Oh, hold up. We're holding up. I don't know. I feel like the idea was okay, I think. The execution was lacking. I was trying to... Look, you can do that. Fair enough. The cost of runes, I don't even know how many runes I had. I don't care about... At this point, I don't really care about the runes anymore. I feel over-leveled still. So, if I lose runes, it gives more of a chance for the game to catch up. I think this is great. Yep. Oh my god! Oh no! Please! Oh. I ducked in real life. That was amazing. Oh. The head dodge, I know. Plenty of room to... See, I'm hearing... That sound that I'm hearing reminds me of that one... I've heard that in Redmane Castle. Oh! Just a raging. Hold on. If the direction is to be believed, I don't know. I'm gonna take a note of that teleporter and we'll use it at the end of it. At the end of... We still have a few teleporters to take. One here, one here, one here. And then the belfry as well. Like, we have a bunch of teleporters to take. So we'll wait. Fine. We'll wait. We'll do that at the end. You have the side of grace near, you can always come back, you need to dodge the... Well, yeah, but I don't do that. Like, if I teleport somewhere and there's a way to come back physically, I will. I don't jump all over the place. I don't like teleporting if I can avoid it. Especially, like, I don't know where this fucking thing might take me. It might take me to the end of the world. It might take me to kill it. It might take me, you know. Are you literally? No, Nasrallah is telling you to follow the rules of the channel, which are you're not allowed to give suggestions. That is the thing. If you're gonna be mad at someone, you not need to be mad at Nasrallah for just doing what I'm asking him to do. Just as a mod, make sure the rules of the channels are respected. What's up, person? How are you doing today? Oh shit. Same rule for everyone, yeah, that's true. Oh, wait, hold on. Seems like a perfect opportunity for that. Fancy, yeah. Bit low texture, but they did the best they could. That's true. Why are you a lamp? I'm not a lamp. I don't know, an astro something. I'm not sure what it's called. Astrolabe, yeah, I think that's the one. How do I get to the upper part of this? Used. I mean, that worked. I still have no clue how to get it. Ah, shit! Never mind. Ah, shit! Never mind. Hold on. Okay. Oh, shit! It's a name, dude. Moongrum Carrion Knight. I'm worried about him using spells. Oh, bit. Well, you know what? I'll drink too. Let's have a little chug. A mid-duel chug. Love it. Oh, God. Yeah, see, that's cheating. That's cheating. We were having a nice one. We were having a nice, friendly 1v1. Unreal. Hold on, I was... Sorry. Dealing with something. There. Notes. Game. Perfect. Oh, yeah, we tried to keep the chat in English. Why only English? Because it's the only language the mods can moderate. And it's the language of the channel. In a perfect world, everyone would speak every language and we would be able to deal with everything. But as it stands, we have to have a language of choice, and it was determined to be English. Because otherwise, people could, you know, get away with saying stuff that we don't understand. And that's, unfortunately, not something we can do. Well, I mean, it doesn't even have to do with lingua franca, right, Nogger? It's just every channel is free to have their language of choice. My vote for Latin, yeah. That would be useful, speaking every language. What's up, Vachel? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure eventually, you know, as the tech progresses, everyone will be able to speak their own language in chat. And then you know, it will be automatically translated perfectly in every language. I can see that being the thing in the future. Yeah. Not quite there yet, though. Okay, so I can't open this one from this side. How do I fucking get up, then? So confused. Let's not do the whole translated automatically. I want to keep my job. Yeah, but you... I understand. I get it. I think there's still merit for, you know, professional translations when it comes to like work that needs to have like specific, you know, tone and or literary levels or all that. I think when it comes to just Twitch chat, for instance, having like an automatic translation system, I think that's pretty. That's a fine use for automation, I think. Unless we want to hire people. You hire people to. Whoa! He tried to parry me, that fucking ass. Like, I don't think most Twitch messages need, like, a professional translator. You know? They're not worth that much. Oh, I'm dead. But I understand that it goes hand in hand with, obviously, other stuff being translated automatically and all that. So... yeah. Yeah, the problem is, again, like, the problem is the same, right? Asterisk is that it's unlikely to stop at that. That's the problem. If they find... like, if they can get to a level of translation that is good enough for, you know, to seamlessly translate a chat, I have a worry that they'll consider that good enough to translate novels and all that. So yeah, there's a slippery slope there as well, as we talked about yesterday, right? So yeah, I don't know. Is it some word that everyone understand? What do you mean? Okay, so this fight's pretty hard. Also, I'm still, like, I'm puzzled with how I'm supposed to get up there. Oh my lord, that's fucking high damage. I'm not gonna heal because I'm worried that's gonna give him an opportunity to heal himself. Oh! The last of my stamina. I wasn't sure this was gonna work. Oh man, I thought it was gonna break me and kill me. That was this close, stamina-wise. Holy shit. A teardrop-shaped, medium-sized shield embedded with blue glintstones, carried by knights who serve the Carian royal family. Excels when facing magic or holy attack. Just who were these knights prepared to fight? Oh yeah, that's an interesting question. Okay. Were the Carian knights getting ready because they felt like the academy, the sorcerers, were getting out of hand? Were they getting ready to maybe take over and, you know, maybe like the Carian family was sponsoring the academy and ruling it, and then they noticed all the experiments that they were doing and all the bad shit that was happening, and they were like, oh, this is not good. We need to purge the academy. And that's why their knights were equipped with magic defense. And then the academy picked up on that and they turned on the Carians first, maybe? Although the holy attacks makes me think that they were also prepared to fight the Golden Order. Well, they did fight the Golden Order. The war that ended with the marriage of Radagon and Renala, right? So that was a thing, for sure. Thing. Carian Knight's Shield. They're strong against magic and holy damage. This indicates they were getting ready to fight the Golden Order, for sure. For sure. Holy. As the war indicates. What of the magic? Were they getting ready to fight the sorcerers? Did they notice the signs that they were gonna turn on them? Did they want to purge the academy after seeing the dark experiments? I don't know. Cool, little interesting stuff there, maybe. If I had to pick an official nerd language, it would be Klingon. I don't know. I don't want to learn Klingon. That's for sure. From Ukraine? Hell yeah. We had a few viewers from Ukraine. OV was one of them. Hasn't been there in a while. Hope he's doing well. Can do a degree in it? Yeah, I could! It's not happening though. Klingon. Fucking nerds, I swear. Sign language in chat with emojis, yeah. Okay. The smarter part of me is like, I should never mention that. But I will because I'm not smart. There's a part of me suddenly that was like, hold on. How do people that speak sign language do it with chat? There's not enough signs to do it. There's no emotes to do it. And then I realized they can just read. I work with disabled people. I had to learn some sign language to work with them. And that's the kind of thought process I had just now. We all got those moments. Yeah, not my proudest moment, I will say. That's a real language? Sign language? Yeah. Of course. It has a whole bunch of rules, it has grammar, it's a full-on language. In fact, it is different depending on which country you're from, which is an interesting thing. Yeah, no, sign language is legit. Sorry, I had to deal with the DM. Slang in ASL is hilarious. Yeah. Isn't ASL mostly use American Sign Language? In America, yeah. Not here, no. Not in French-speaking countries. Although I hear that French-speaking Sign Language and ASL is almost the same. Because I think ASL, the American one's based on the French one. Which is not always the case, right? So I think there's like a lot of resemblance there. But don't quote me on that. I'm not sure about the information. Just something I remember hearing. It's conlang. Oh yeah. It's well, technically all languages are made up, but I think the intention is important. Most languages appear naturally over time, right? They're made up, but they appear naturally over time. Klingon was designed to be a fictional language from the start, right? Like, the intent matters here. But, yeah, if we want to be technical, yes, every language is made up. Oh, shit, hold on. That's my way in. Okay, hold on. First of all, I need to open the shortcut. Okay, I'm really enjoying this part of the academy yet. The design early on was more linear. Now it's becoming really fucking cool. Everything since the wolf fight. Yeah, the level design of the academy after the wolf fight improved tenfold. This is really fucking cool. Like, look at this. Dude, this is so cool. Did you enjoy the roofs? Yeah, it was pretty good. It's a little bit overwhelming every time because there's so much space everywhere and you're not sure where to go, but once you sort of wrap your head around it, it's cool. I like it. I'm still not sure. There's a part of my brain that somehow feels like I missed something on the roofs, like a part that I was supposed to explore and then I forgot because I died and I looped around. But now that I have opened the shortcut, maybe I'll go take a look again. See? That's one of those. I recognize that guy. I recognize the sounds those dudes make. So cool. What's up, Quasi? How you doing? One second. What is up, Musty? How are you doing today? There. In the thousands of hours of gameplay I've seen, I don't know how you got here. I never figured how to get. Yeah, so, you get out after the fight, right, with the knight to take the shortcut, and you can find this little ledge here that allows you to enter the window, and then it gives you that shortcut here. Yep. Pretty sneaky, I will admit. But it's a meal baffler. How are you doing? Wish I could grow a stash like that. I wish I could grow a beard. Oh my god! I wish I could grow a full beard. Yet I can't. I guess we're never quite happy with what we have, right? But yeah, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the indirect compliment. Can do the beard, not the stash? Yeah. I really wish I could do a full beard sometimes. I think it would suit me well, but oh well. I embrace the stash to the fullest at this point. Grass is always greener, yeah, for sure, for sure. Unfortunately, we're eternally unsatisfied beings as humans. Wish my stash was a little darker to match the beard, yeah. Okay, this feels like an annoying fight a little bit. How do I take on this? Let's be smart here. Hey, person, thank you for gifting a sub to Full Bearded Gamer. That's a great name. 107 total subs in this channel? Person. That's a lot of subs. I didn't realize how fast you got up there. That's crazy. Did you gift like 50 at some point? And you know, what? It's almost been a year. I know, but still. It's a lot of subs. Thank you very much for the support. That's amazing. Thank you. You're, you know, you're definitely contributing to this being possible. You know, all of this stream happening. So I appreciate you. Everyone does in their own way, but obviously the financial aspects. You gotta put food on the table if you want to keep doing what you're doing, right? So I appreciate you. Thank you very much. And Full Bearded Gamer, you will be remembered. There was a while Twitch was giving random extra subs with gifts too. Yeah, that was nice. I remember when I did that. That was cool. I hope it's gonna come back one time. I mean, it wasn't Twitch. Technically, it was Valorant, I think. Valorant was doing like a sponsored thing, right? They were gifting, like matching subs to a certain amount. Not matching, but you know, you get what I mean. But yeah, it was nice. I hope we'll get promos like that in the future again. Was the gambling, yeah, random bonus subs, which of course makes people want to spend more because they want to see if they can get the maximum amount. Smart, clever, you know. Part of my giving is so that you're willing to put up with my weird takes and bad jokes. So far, so good. Person. Ah, what a nerd. Keep hitting the wall. September as gift sub matching. Yeah, I guess they're finding like a sponsor every year for September, right? I wonder if it's gonna be Valorant again this year. And here I am offering bad jokes with only a Prime sub. Yeah, you need to step it up, Captain Dax. Time to get a tier 3 upgrade. No? Also, low key, you remember the other day I was talking about like the PP numbers and all that being too far to get to 300? We've exceeded 150 this month. It's the first time that I went that high, I think. We're not that far from the point where I'm like, it could be a thing that we would, you know, we're getting close to the point where I'm like, we should maybe at some point try to get, you know, to the tier 2 of plus program. But it's still a little bit further away, right? I think when we are above 200 naturally, that's when I'm gonna like start the initiative, I think. Because that's still quite a bit to go, right? 100, but 100 more, but yeah. We'll see. Yeah, I don't know, DJ. I guess the only part of it is if you don't use it, the money is, you know, you pay for your Prime, right? DJ. So you pay for your Prime. So if you're not using it, it's money that it is, you know. I don't know if you understand what I mean. Like the money's paid anyway, right? Pumpkin guy is a mini boss in the base game, right? I fought that guy as a boss in a dungeon, I'm pretty sure, yeah. Or no, not a dungeon, one of the like caves somewhere. I remember him being in like a little ruin at one point. Yeah. I faced that enemy several times already, yeah. In front of Selen, yeah. Oh, thank you, $10. Yeah. Thank you for that. What's up, the real if? Please, no mentions of anything about the game. You know, no buses names, no locations names, none of that. This is a completely spoiler-free zone. I do not want to know anything about the game. But yeah, we're still in the base game though. Meal Baffler, just to clarify, this is still part of the base game. Yeah, this enemy appears several times. Yeah, that kind of sucks. I'm really not a fan of that situation. Let's see. To use Prime, you have to link accounts. Sure. I could see that as being a deterrent if you're worried about that. I'm dead. I knew I was dead the moment his first attack not connecting is what killed me. Because it was supposed to be a guard counter, which is a lot faster. And instead I got the big swing, which killed me instantly. Fucking hell. But yeah, no, I mean, ultimately I understand what you mean, DJ. Yeah, they're probably making more money off of the data than they're spending. That's the purpose, right? That's why they're doing it. They wouldn't be giving it out for free otherwise, right? They're not stupid. They're here to make money. I still like I'm still gonna do my joke forever. Less money for Jeff, more money for me. It's a tradition at this point. The truth doesn't matter. It's about the... Fuck! It's about the humor of it. I completely fumbled that. I heard most groceries are only operating single-digit profit margins. Interesting. And yeah, also Meal Baffler, thank you for understanding the rules reminder. That, as we've seen earlier today, it's not always the case. Some people apparently don't take kindly to being reminded of the rules that they knew, which is weird. But anyway, I appreciate you understanding. Yeah. No, it was not a big... In this case, perfect example, right? To have a situation like that, because it wasn't an information that I didn't know, and then we got to remind ourselves of the rules. So it's a win-win. Well, what the fuck? What? Where are you coming from? Was he always up there and I missed him? Is it okay to speculate about Mayan AI cults? As far as Elden Ring goes, I think we're safe, yeah. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay. Sometimes you gotta hold your shield and hope for the best. Sometimes, you're in a situation where nothing better to do. Am I gonna get... Okay, this has the potential of being very funny. I am actually impressed. I legitimately thought the ball was gonna fall on me. I am baffled that the game didn't kill me there. What's up, Skeletor? Got rated in, like this Costco talk. I have my retirement savings partially invested in them, so keep spending your money. Yeah, let's feed Skeletor's retirement plan, everyone. And then maybe Skeletor can become an important part of this community and share a bit of that wealth with me. Right? Capitalism, ho! Let's go! I'm selling out. This is it. There's a thing down there. It's all a big circle. Is it? It is, yeah. Please don't teleport me, thank you. Glintstone Scarab. It does, Ash-like. Or some people say Burger King, which I see it as well. The Scarab rolls clumps of sorcery during their labors. Slightly reduce the FP cost of sorceries, increases damage taken. It will surely trickle down any day now, yeah. No, I agree. It's 100% trickling down. Any day now. I can hear the little drops trickling down already. And it's not because I don't have enough money to repair my roof. It is capitalism in the works. I was kind of half expecting to be able to disable this trap, but doesn't look like. The balls must roll. I guess so. I guess so. There's no stopping the balls. Okay, I think I've hit every wall. I just want to double check the side here, make sure there's nothing I may have missed. I think we're good. What's up, Destrina? I know you. Why do I know you, Destrina? Where have I met you before? Are you in Cody's channel? There you go. Hell yeah. That makes a lot of sense. Right. All those nerds. Okay, well, I don't think there's anything else. Unless I'm missing, like, a ladder. Also peeve and such. Yeah, you're in that side of Twitch. Makes a lot of sense. How are you today? A golden rune. Oh yeah. Alright. More golden runes. Cool. Okay. I think that's pretty much it, right? Where are we located right now? The Academy of Rea Lucaria. Yep. In Liurnia of the Lakes. Epic dungeon. It's been pretty good, yeah. Sorry, but capitalism works objectively. It works for shareholders, that's for sure, at least. And listen, capitalism led to a lot of stuff that we take for granted and appreciate. There is some truth in that. There's some positives to the system. No system is all black or white, I think. We're way past the point of diminishing return, though. That's the problem. It is currently literally killing people all over the planet. It is way past being a positive at this point. And I don't have a better solution. I don't know if we have a system that's better than that. For survival, for all of those things, but what I know is it's definitely been perverted and corrupted to the point where now it's actively killing people rather than helping them. So I don't know. What's the alternative? I don't know. Something we haven't come up with yet. More legislations and safeguards for big corporations and CEOs and the stock market and all of that shit. More taxes on rich people. A cap on the amount of wealth someone can have, and literally everything above that gets redistributed into the system for socialists driven policies, you know, healthcare, all of that. Which I understand has downsides, but there's downsides anyway, so why is the little guy supposed to take all of it? In my country, rich people are getting more taxes. No, mine too, but it's still not enough. There's still billionaires in Switzerland. There shouldn't be. And free health. Listen, I'm in Switzerland. I'm very lucky. We have good healthcare. We have good taxes being used for good things. I still think more could be done. I still think rich people need to be taxed more. I still think billionaires should not be able to exist. Yeah, also that's a good factor, Shepard. Technically, they're supposed to pay more taxes. they find loopholes with, like, you know, a lot of donations and all that stuff. They're very good at finding loopholes. Unfortunately, a lot of them. So yeah, I mean, I get what you mean, Make It. I understand your perspective. Capitalism also led to a lot of the stuff we enjoy, including what we're doing right now, this very moment. Led to a lot of advances in medicine, led to a lot of comfort things, a lot of, you know, more survivability, less violence, a lot of those things. I understand it. I do think we're, you know, way past the point of diminishing return. At this point, we're in late stage capitalism. It's not looking good. But no, sure, Salachi, but the money needs to come from somewhere. The investments needs to come from somewhere. I think it would be a little naive to, you know, disregard how an extremely strong economy, such as the one brought by capitalism, helped with those things. I don't think we're helping if we're ignoring, you know, a lot of those factors. Famously, the Soviet Union had no technological... Well, okay, but listen. I'm not sure if that's a perfect example. Do we want to talk about the working conditions of the people over there when those innovations were happening? I get what you mean, but, you know, there's a lot of nuance there. No, I get it. Still, let's not fight a lack of nuance with another lack of nuance, right? Like I said, it's not black and white. So, you know. All right, we have an elevator here, which I guess is gonna lead upstairs. There are vaguely ethical-ish ways to get there, but those who do are reclusive as fuck. I think, weirdly enough, I should have kept my mouth. No. I appreciate those kinds of conversation, Make It, but as long as you're okay with me pushing back a little bit on the idea, you know, and on people pushing back on the idea, because you know who I am. You know my perspective on those things. I'm very much not. I'm very much anti-establishment type person, right? I like screaming about things. I'm a bit of a rebel. I'm asleep in my old man, you know, coat, but I used to be a rebel when I was younger. I went to, you know, demonstrations and all that. I went in the streets to scream at the people in power. I was wearing Doc Martens and, you know, thinking about throwing stones at the police. I never did. I was a little bit too nice, but, you know. So I appreciate those conversations, but, you know, as long as you understand that, I'm gonna, of course, we're gonna argue about it. We're not gonna just be like, yeah, whatever, you know. Discussion is awesome. I love discussion. I think it's great. You can't have technological progress without profit motive. Yeah, I think that's possible, for sure. If there's no profit motive, then there's no motive to do anything. Why would anyone work for free? I think there is a world where the profit is a side effect rather than the goal, which is often lost in capitalistic society, right? And I think, you know, to a certain extent, I think what I'm doing right now is a good example of it. I don't think I stream for money. I don't think that's my first motivation. But the money, the revenue is a side effect of it. And it is, unfortunately, becoming more and more of a necessary side effect of it. Because if there's not enough revenue, then I have to do something else to pay the bills, and then I don't have time to stream anymore, right? We understand that mechanic, of course. But my motivation for streaming, for instance, or for working, isn't to profit, isn't to make money, right? It's just a pleasant side effect of it. And I think there's some companies that work like that. Not too many, though. Especially not the bigger ones, because I think the bigger ones get inevitably corrupted by the system. Not to anyone's fault, it's just the way the system works. You need more money, you need more shareholders, so you need to please them, and it inevitably becomes corrupted, and then it becomes all about the profit, because that's how it survives. It gets to a point where critical mass is reached and there's no way around it. So, but yeah, I think it's funny you talk about like the ethical ways of becoming a billionaire, and I think a few people did. I think I fucking hate the cunt, but J.K. Rowling got there arguably to know, unethical ways of her own. She wrote books, they got extremely popular, and many people, and she got a lot of money for it. Now, the system that allowed her to get there, the movie industry, all of those things, surely people have been exploited on the way up, right? Surely some of that money came from places that ethically could be questionable. But I don't think any of her doing was questionable. Then, of course, she, revealed herself to be a fucking bitter piece of garbage. But, that, on the money aspect of it, feels fair. I think, Notch is another great example. Again, a somewhat controversial figure with some of his takes, but he made a game that got huge and he made a whole bunch of money because someone purchased it from him, right? I don't think he stepped on anyone on the way there. I don't think he, exploited anyone on the way there. But then obviously the money came from a corporation that most likely has unethical practices. So again, it's how far are you willing to dig into the it's like the good place paradox, right? Is it possible to be really fucking good, right? There's always gonna be some bad coming off of it, or there's the money comes from a place that exploited and used people at some point, probably. Otherwise, there wouldn't be that much money. Yeah, JK is a TERF. She's transphobe. She's actively spending her money to fight against trans people's rights. It's all very, very sad. I was thinking of an adjective, but I think sad's the best one. Yeah. Regrettable. Mm-hmm. There's a part of me that kind of wants to go back to the roofs to make sure, but... Hold on, there was this moment where I was like, there's a path down, there's a path right. No, I went there. I just connected it. It led to the... church. So I'm good. Notch way back then, just like poking for reactions. I don't think it's just that. I think the dude has questionable takes and opinions, but he's free to have them, and people are free to react to it. So, yeah, no, I'm with you, and I really loved the books when I was younger, and at this point, my my perspective is I'm not gonna support anything she makes. I'm not gonna support Harry Potter anymore with my money because she's actively using her money for, terrible things, and I don't want to give her more of a platform or anything. I'm not gonna throw away my books. You know, I'm sure I'll read them again in the future. I've already bought them when I was younger, so you know I'll keep reading them. I'm sure, because I feel like the work is more than just the author's. At the end of the day, the work is more than just the author. But I'm definitely not gonna support her further in the future. Yes, Alachi, I don't agree with that. I think the books are better. Some people really don't just care and they enjoy the art. There's plenty of actors and actresses that I disagree with but love their talent. So to me, there's a few different aspects there, and I've talked about that in the past. But I think if you're unaware, that's fine. You're, you know, there's so many things to, you know, understand and memorize and know about, and it's easy to just not be aware of something. And if you support terrible people unknowingly, that's fine. I'm not, you know, whatever. Now, if you have a particular attachment to something, like I think the Harry Potter game when it came out was a very good example of that. A lot of people were advocating for, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Boycotting the game. If you're someone for whom Harry Potter is a huge thing, and you know life is fucking hard, and you just want to play a Harry Potter game, and you buy the game, I'm not gonna personally judge you, right? As a person, you're just one person. And you're enjoying something you enjoy. I get it. I understand the complexity of the issue. I understand that it's, you know, it can be seen as negative because you're actively hurting, or indirectly, sorry, hurting people through your consumption. But I'm not going to judge you personally. I think it's a system thing, right? Now, personally, the way I take it, the way I look at it is, one of my favorite movies is a movie by Roman Polanski. Absolute piece of garbage, right? Absolute piece of garbage. Rapist that escaped the accusations because he, you know, fled to another country and all that. Terrible shit, right? I'm never gonna buy a DVD of him anymore. I'm never gonna, you know, go watch his movies in the cinema because I care. I don't like supporting garbage people. I'm still gonna watch The Ninth Gate because I have a you know, a DVD of it. I'm still gonna watch it from time to time. I will still pirate his new movies. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna literally pirate the new movies. I don't care what Anubis says. It's not his place to make that call. I'm gonna fucking encourage people to pirate movies or books or whatever of artists that are pieces of garbage but you still want to enjoy their art. Go for it. That's an ethical way. For me, it completely lands into the ethical way of pirating. And I'm saying that as someone who makes a living off of, you know, art, and pirating hurts me directly. So, what's up, Alex? How are you doing? Now, I agree with Anubis in the sense that you should be careful saying it in chat because you don't want your account to get banned or whatever. You never know what people may report you for, but I don't know. I don't give a shit. I don't know I don't know what direction Anubis was going with saying don't encourage piracy. If it's a matter of you not getting banned, sure, I agree. If it's a matter of, you know... No, I get that. I get that. In that case, I agree with you, Anubis. Better be careful. I understand, Ekthar, but, you know... I think it's unfortunately more complex issue than that. I wish it was that simple. Right, Ekthar? I wish it was that simple. I also understand the perspective of people who are like, you know, there's really good people that worked on that game. And I feel like if I'm going to play their game, I do want to support it. And that to me matter, you know, that someone could say that to me matters more than I also understand that perspective. I unfortunately think it's more nuanced than I would like, but I get your perspective. I understand where you're coming from, of course. It's a hard fucking situation to navigate, unfortunately. I really wish it was more simple. Because you know, So that's why I'm saying, you know, I don't want to judge people individually for doing it. Because I understand different point of views can happen, and, you know. That's true, Sanaya, that's true. Indirectly, though, it can have an effect, right? If the game doesn't sell enough, or if the game flops, studio might get shut down, jobs are getting lost, families are suffering, you know? Yeah. And thus lies the issue of everything that comes down to ethics. It's never quite as simple as we would like. Here's a way that isn't simple. Some folks felt it virtuous to scour Twitch people for playing the game and berate them for it on the grounds that it's immoral because of these reasons. Seems like a great way to distance a potential ally. Frankly, most people have zero clue about this. Yeah, I've seen that happen, and I think it's disgusting. People like witch hunting. There were lists going around of people who were streaming the game. Like, people were making a list, like a whole database of people who were streaming the game, and then posting it on subreddits and all that, and Discords, and ask people to go harass them. Like, that's something that happened. That is not the way, you know. Again, I understand all the complexity of it, but that is not the way to do it. And I understand that. I also get that it's getting close to the paradox of tolerance, right? Like, you can't tolerate intolerance, which is indirectly contributed by this whole fucking thing, but, like, it's not like those, you know, I think there's a step there. There's an extra step there. It's not the same as punching a Nazi. You can fucking punch a Nazi. You can shoot a Nazi, and I'll be like, yeah, you did good. Great job, right? Oh, but don't be violent. Nah. If someone's directly trying to kill other people, you are allowed to shoot that person. That is fine, you know? There's a line. I don't think we're that far, right? I don't think it's that kind of situation where you know, I think in this sense, we're really going off on the deep end today. I don't know. It's just a conversation. The contract of tolerance. If you do something which actively shits on somebody else, you've broken the contract and you're now fair game. That is true, Nurse Dean, but there are lines there, and some of them are, you know, there are lines. Some of them are hard to find. Some of them are so over the line that it's very easy to, you know, determine. For instance, and again, I took the example of, like, you know, a neo-Nazi is not just someone who doesn't agree with me, right? That's way over the line. There's some, like, actual ideological problem there. And if you give them the humanity and compassion, right, you're gonna get destroyed. Everything that's good gets destroyed. That's the paradox of tolerance. If you tolerate intolerance, the good eventually gets destroyed. All the humanity, all those things that they're like, oh, but you should tolerate, you know, everyone even if they don't agree with you. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. Eventually, the side that is intolerant wins because they don't give a shit about you, right? They're not gonna return the favor when the time comes. So, but yeah, I agree. For, you know, on the fundamental level, I agree. And I'm personally, you know, I'm fine with disagreements. How many disagreements have we had today in this chat? Plenty of them. Some of my best friends I disagree with on a daily basis. I love conversation. I love disagreement. You know why? Because every time there's a disagreement that is reasonable and you can have a normal conversation about it and a healthy conversation about it, you'll learn something, right? And that I think is great. Always something to learn, yeah. That's, you know, that's why, you know, if you're to speak on like US politics terms to simplify the conversation, because politics are sometimes a lot more complicated, but you know, I would probably be more left-leaning in the US. In fact, in the US I would probably be a progressive, right? Because I'm very left-leaning. Like, to me, Democrats are right-leaning based on my standards. But anyway, if you're a Republican, you're pretty far away from my personal take on a lot of things, right? But I'm not gonna be like upset at you just because you're a Republican. We can have reasonable conversations. There are things that you are defending that are probably very reasonable and you know, probably beneficial to society. I think there's something to work there. However, if you're one of the far-right assholes who thinks 500,000 people should lose their legal rights to live in the US after they've acquired it, just because you're a racist piece of garbage, you want to, you know, you want to, what's the word I'm looking for? Send them away. I forgot the word. I'm blanking. You know, then I have a problem with it. Deport, thank you. Then I have a problem with that, right? At this point, I feel, yeah, like we're over the line. There's no tolerant discourse to be had, right? And we can talk about the reasons why you feel that way and why you feel like, you know, immigrants have had a negative impact in your country, and, you know, maybe some aspects can be understandable. But then there's all the layers to it, like not generalizing, the majority of people actually being well-integrated members of society, blah, blah, blah. You know, all the violence that you can see even from American citizens, but you choose to see the problem with immigrants instead of, you know, there's so many fucking layers there that I'm not gonna get into it right now because, you know. Anyway, you get what I mean, right? All right, let's open that door. See what's in front of us. Oh man. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say this is probably a bathroom. Maybe not actually. Is that an elevator? Could be an elevator. Prove it? There's a lack of Stake of America and a lack of grace. It's interesting how little Stakes of America we found in Liurnia. Almost none of them in any dungeon. I wonder if there's a meaning to this. Like the lack of stakes could be like a lore reason. Maybe they... Oh, what about they don't like Marika because she stole Radagon from Renala? And so they removed all the stakes of Marika in the region, or in the academy at least. That would be a fucking interesting little thing. Actually, let me take a note of that. I actually think that's pretty smart. What if the lack of stakes of America in the academy, at least, and other places around, dungeons, etc., is due to their disdain for her after Radagon left Renala to become king consort. They destroyed the stakes. That'd be funny. That would be actually pretty funny. And sad, but, you know. Hmm. I'm fiscally conservative but very socially liberal. What party am I? I mean, in Switzerland, you'd be a centrist. Because we have more than 2 parties. But in the US, you're fucked. Yeah, I know. The 2-party system is really weird. I don't understand how you guys do it, but oh well. That is a conversation for another day, I think. I do appreciate that we can have a civil conversation about politics and all that, though. I always, and even though we don't all agree and we don't all fully agree with one another, and we have different perspectives, I'm glad we can just talk about it, because there's no reasons for each other to be mad at each other for that stuff, right? We do find common grounds in a lot of things. Video games, art, whatever. Let's enjoy that part. And sometimes we disagree and we have a nice conversation about it, and that's cool. You know? It's, as long as you're not being a bigot or you're not saying things that are literally make me want to strangle you, I'm not gonna, you know, ban you or censor you. It's... I have banned some people in the past and you know, trashed, literally dunked on them live on stream because they were having, you know, perspectives that I thought were way over the line, but typically, as long as you're being nuanced and reasonable, we can have a conversation. Anyway, Wheaton's Law, don't be a dick, yeah. Well, it's a bit more than that for me, but yeah, in general, that's a good baseline. Yeah, that is true, though, Salachi. The Democrats are pretty fiscally conservative. In fact, I would say they're more fiscally conservative than they are socially liberal, but some days. I don't know. The Democrats just feel like Republicans light these days. I think the party is just weak as fuck. They don't do shit. And that's why they're not winning, by the way. Because they're literally like just Republicans, but neutered. We need the progressive parties to grow a lot bigger. And, you know, I don't know. I'm not sure how realistic it is, but man, I wish there was a hope for people like AOC and stuff like that to be more prominent in the future. Or what's her name? I don't remember. What's up, son of Akinak? Welcome in. Yep, please let's keep it to English because moderation reasons, but I appreciate you. I hope you've been doing well. Thanks for coming in. That is true. That is true, Captain Mac. No. Anyway, I have to go in there and see what's happening. It's either a boss fight or it's an elevator that leads to even higher in the tower. One or the other. I can see some elevators. Maybe some elevator elements on the ground there. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is a story for tomorrow. 216 hours. Jesus Christ. Did us dirty? I did not. You've gotten 43 extra minutes of streaming today. I was supposed to end 43 minutes ago. What's up, Loxias? You just joined? Well, hey, you can feel free to follow. You can feel free to join Discord for the live notification. I'll be back tomorrow in about 18 hours, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Elden Ring. If you guys don't mind, I'm gonna try to raid out tonight. We got a good raid, so I want to pay it forward. Let's see if I can find a raid target. Let me check Elden Ring. Dark Souls 1, 2, 3. Let's see if I can find someone in those categories. But yeah, thank you everyone for watching tonight. I hope you guys had a good time. I definitely did. Had a blast playing more Elden Ring. Today was good. Great exploration, great conversations. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Don't hesitate to follow the channel as well if you haven't done so yet. Thank you everyone for the follows. Thank you everyone for the subs, resubs, gift subs. Thank you for the tip, Anubis. It's always a pleasure to be exposed to your tip. I don't know where I was going with that. I had to sort of make my way to the end of that sentence, and I'm not sure how where I was going with it. So, hey, 500 subs on YouTube. Hell yeah! Congratulations, everyone. Thank you all for following the YouTube channel. It's mostly just, VODs, so there's nothing much to see for now. But maybe in the future we'll add more content to YouTube. We'll see. Yeah. Hold on. The note is coming. The one note. Right now. Oh. So good. What a note. My favorite note in the world. I'm on YouTube for VODs, yes. After like 24 hours later, more or less, they get uploaded there. I don't stream on YouTube though. God damn it! Can't find a good raid target. It's so annoying. I'm terrible at this. Thank you, Anubis, for gifting us up to Nurse Dean. I appreciate that. 4 total gifted subs. Nurse Dean, you will be remembered. You know what? I guess I'm gonna keep it simple. How about we go give some love to Nasrallah? My good friend Nasrallah is doing hitless runs of Dark Souls and the Souls games. Let's go give him some love. Hopefully tonight's the night. So yeah, once again, thank you everyone. I appreciate you all. I will see you all tomorrow. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.